Me, I'm Bret the Hitman Hart. Now, your kids are pretty safe if they're watching me on Saturday mornings. I send out a pretty wholesome message. The Hitman stands for sticking up for yourself and to never quit. The one thing I won't do is lie to my fans.
What do you gotta do to beat this man?
With a soul that's on fire, maybe too hot to the touch, but baby, feel my desire. You start a fire in me. You are the air I breathe. You are the air I breathe. Watching the flames burn high and high. Feel my desire. You start. Drive the flames high. We're driving too close to the sun, baby, and I'm dripping with desire. You start a fire in me. You are the air I breathe. You are the air I breathe. Watching the flames burn higher and higher. Feel my desire. Feel my desire. You start.
Hey, what's going on?
Good God Almighty! Good God Almighty! That killed him! Good God! Good God! That's it, he's dead. Oh my God. As God is my witness, he is broken in half!
Queen Pib, in stereo where available, and where not available, it's not in stereo. There's nothing we can do about that, so don't blame us. We have no control over it. Call your internet service provider if there's some sort of a problem, or the local Twitch server. But if they're not giving you stereo and you want stereo, that's your problem, not ours. Don't bug us. Complain to your congressman or Newt Gingrich, like I'm sure he'd care. Ha! But we don't want to get any letters. Understand? Good.
The following is a presentation of TBS Sports. Exclusively on Superstation TBS.
Viewers' discretion is advised.
Alright, let's go shoot a twink. Shot fire! Meth futures have crashed! Dump all the meth stocks! God, you little freak! How is it everyone else in here burned to a crisp, but somehow he's still alive? Get out of here, loser. 2026 will be lacking in at least one. All our brains are different. Maybe yours is wired in such a way that you can accept failure. Mine's not! So the Nuck family walked into a talent agency! If you're over the age of 45, you're not allowed to answer your phones anymore. Come, Dunder! Tail! I am going to pull your fingernails out! Get clear! Get clear! Then just need to finish the conversation! No!
Queen Pip is filmed on location with the Queen of Retro Game Broadcasting. All shows are broadcast 4 nights a week in a court of Pib.
It was inevitable that at some point I had to dress up as the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever goddamn will be. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is. Welcome to the show. Hope you're having a good day so far. Listen, we really do be out there force feminizing everybody. Listen, turns out I guess even Bret Hart can't resist getting a pair of giant big fat titties. Who would have thought? Well, let's start from the top and make it drop. See what we got here bright and early on a Sunday night. The girls are pointing, look, they're headlights. They're organic. Sometimes you got no control over them. Sometimes the high beams are going to be on. It is what it is. Hey, Ravaging Marvel, Phoebe, Ruby, Dictate Girl, Vintage Vixen Shop, welcome on in. I see Nook the Crook, Midnight Wolf, Varied Pink Penguin, Vintage Vixen Shop, Phase Ball, good evening. I see some of you have already found the new emote, Pimp Mask. Seems kind of relevant. Congrats to the Queen for doing it again. Apparently 2K26 is a bunch of Attitude Era wrestlers, apparently. Yes, once again, me doing something on the stream causes it to be willed into existence. Apparently the next WWE game is going to have a bunch of Attitude Era shit in it again, which I feel like they already did that with 13, but that was also 13 years ago. So I guess it stands to reason they do that again. But as Pope Corker the Ninth points out, Mick Foley decided to terminate his Legends contract or whatever the hell it is with WWE. So I guess they don't get to use his likeness anymore. So it's going to be interesting having to talk around the parts of the Attitude Era that are rather prominently associated with Mick Foley for some reason. I mean, there aren't like a bunch of them by any chance, are there? What would that be? I mean, who can say?
We need doctors out here. If somebody can get off their butt in the back and get some people out here.
Big mystery, who can say? Who else here? I see Spectre Swans has passed the road. A Rachology Silphco rival. Welcome on. And very accurate stream title indeed. No kidding. Hey, Zilla, Cable Car Chaos. You try not to be too annoying with the wrestling info. Honestly, look, if y'all got information on things besides all the wrestlers and how they died, I'll take whatever information I can get. Because I mean, I don't mind an info dump, but I'd love to hear things like Diamond Dallas Page's favorite color is weirdly enough pink. Shit like that, maybe. Things like that. I see False here as well. A whole bunch of people are streaking this evening here. We got Alex Buttercup is very excited to see WCW NWO Revenge, as I am as well. Feral Snail. Mwah. I'm going to interrupt this, run down the line of people coming in and saying hi, just to remind everyone, Patriots are going to the Super Bowl! Oh, man, it's been so rough being a Patriots fan. We haven't gone to the Super Bowl since the last time Trump was president. I'm just going to go ahead and assume they're going in as an underdog. I don't have the Shithawks Razums game on, but I'll have to keep an eye on the score on that on occasion there. Anyway, continuing. I see Chef, who's got the very lovely Kurt Angle emote. I wonder if I have a Kurt Angle look planned for later on. Who can say? I see Gimmick Puppet, Display Salad, Frey from the A. Freya, Zero Fire, Buongiorno. Yes, even the fake Bobs were affected by that U.S. cold front. I know. I mean, I'm just staying inside and staying as warm as I can. It's getting too much goddamn snow out there. Who else? I see. Can't remember if I said hello to Golden Loki, so I'm going to say it again. How you doing? Little Black Dress, Botten, Bell Blue. Mwah, mwah, mwah. But yeah, if Mick Foley, can't come to terms with, if Mick Foley's on the outs, then it means the Attitude Era has to talk around, Mankind, Dude Love, Cactus Jack. What a fucking shame of it all. Who else we got here? I see Oddchild, Britt the Tit Man. I don't know. I haven't figured out. All I've gone with this outfit is I'm calling it the Hit Woman. After that, I'm not entirely sure. QSMB TV as well. Sassy Tanner. I look good. Thank you. It's not quite the right hair color for Bret Hart, but his was always kind of more frizzy anyway, so it kind of goes with the look. Still scrolling, almost at the bottom there. I see Frankie and Lola. Yeah, go Pats. What a rough game, but you breathe easy. Yeah, it was weird because it was getting real snowy in Denver in the fourth quarter, and half of me was like, Drake May's not going to be able to see his receivers because the Patriots decided to wear all white today. And then when they were on defense, I'm like, Broncos quarterback's not going to be able to see the Patriots defenders. And when you have the lead, turns out that works for you. Do I have an OnlyFans? Regrettably not. Welcome on in. Hey, Crispy Oro as well. Thank you for that first sub. Thank you for that first sub, by the way. Yeah, the finger poke of doom. You can't do either half of it at night. I know. Wig era Kurt Angle? I mean, could be. Who could say? There. I think we are all got up. See, at some point tonight, wait till we get to the regular scene to make that. So, a lot of things have happened since I was sitting in this chair. A lot of things. A lot of things in the world. A lot of fucked up things. Not exactly going to dance around it because it's fucked up is what it is. It's one of these things where, like, I'm not shocked. I'm only disappointed. I wonder which one's going to get that one first. It's going to be a contest. Let's see which one's paying attention. But yeah, so ICE went and did what ICE does, and it's amazing. Like, the new polling has come out. Like, ICE's overall approval rating generally throughout the years would hover at about 30%. Apparently, it's down all the way to 20. It's ridiculous. Like, well, not the fact that it takes this to get it down to 20, but like, there's so, I mean, it's not that there ever is a way in which these things aren't like horrendously fucked up, but like, Greg Vivino, the guy who's running around with his big stupid Nazi stormtrooper coat, somehow suggesting that if the person was armed, which we can't, until someone other than ICE confirms the guy was strapped with his own gun, I'm going to go ahead and assume that he wasn't armed. But even if he was, I have hung out in more than enough right-wing arenas to know that one of the big talking points they will always trumpet on is that the Second Amendment shall not be infringed under any circumstances. And then you got Greg Vivino wandering around, the fucking shit-ass guy who's in charge of Customs and Border Protection, suggesting that actually the Second Amendment doesn't apply to anyone who happens to be within spitting range with someone who works for Homeland Security. And the only question I have is so do we have Second Amendment rights? Do we not have Second Amendment rights? We seemingly don't have Fourth Amendment rights. We don't have Sixth Amendment rights. So like, what rights do we even truly have? So if any of the mods want to grab the guy who's sounding like he's jerking off, or are y'all just gonna let that slide? You don't usually have to I mean, do you want them to make it any more apparent? I mean, I could reach out and do it myself. I'm just wondering if any of the other ones want to do it. Just, I'll give it another minute. You know, it's because it's, you know, it's a lovely audience here. We only have them when it's. Oh, there you go. Head pats for that one. You have earned your gravitas. That I realize I'm in drag. I don't really think they care. Feel free to report that one for, you know, playing pocket pool. It's kind of disconcerting. Little itty bitty bitty bit. But yeah, see, the wild thing is this outfit's going to be really conducive to shooting off at the mouth about my political opinions, and I'm really looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. And again, I got more I could talk about, but let's get going on. Let's have a little looky over what's going on over at Pib freaking Madness. One quarter remains in the opening round. The opening round is always the longest one, but that's because we got 16 fucking matches we got to get through on over here. But hey, like I say, we'll get over there. Our previous matchup was over in the Retro region, and the top-seeded Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles showed why the selection committee clearly put them up front as they easily lapped Donkey Kong 94 by a 2-1 margin. My freaking goodness. Which brings us to tonight's matchup over in the 90s region. We've only got one 4-5 matchup left on the slate here. We got the 4th-seeded Space Station Silicon Valley taking on the 5th-seeded Bloody Roar Primal Fury. Now, Space Station Silicon Valley is an odd example because usually whenever there's anything involving British animation, it's usually woefully depressing and up there with, like, some of the really depressing Studio Ghibli shit. Like, I mean, I could start rattling off names, and the people who are over here from the other side of the pond would go, yeah, I understand Plague Dogs and Watership Down both exist. And it's going up against Bloody Roar Primal Fury or whatever the they clearly knew what they were doing with the titling there. They clearly knew what the hell they were doing with that title. So you've got Grand Theft Animal going up against a furry fighting game or furry adjacent or some fucking shit like that. All right. I'm about to make the command live. Let's see here. Oh. The command was always live. I just forgot to actually uncheck it. Okay, well, turns out I guess Chad could have done this at any moment. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Yeah, click through on that link and you make your thoughts known on the matter. Matchup runs for about the next 3.5 hours. And when all is said and done, we'll know which of those two is going to go to the second round. Winner of this matchup in the 90s region, the lower to the left-hand side of your screen, will go on to face Final Fantasy IX. Now then, if anyone who's new here and isn't presently trying to get their Twitch account taken away, I am Queen Pib, Patricia, Inga, Bogart. You may also call me Trish. Queen of the retro, queen of the ways that he old, and your time on this channel, this fat lip, fat hip, fat boobied, and fat booty channel, is of course and is always well ways to welcome on in. I put the broad-in broadcast to the whole and wholesome. I'm H for my own hubris until these breasticles, these massive heaving breasticles that trolls really enjoy, may be fake. The retro is real. That's a real... Okay, that's a fake N64. It's analog 3D, and we're going to be using it to play 1998's WCW NWO Revenge. I don't remember. What year did WrestleMania 2000 come out? Was that 99? Okay, that was 99. I thought that made sense. So, hell, every 20th kids movie allowed to be lighthearted so that children understand false hope. That's true. That is true when it comes to British animation. The hair looks like 1700s French aristocracy. I thought they all wore powdered wigs. Whatever. So this is the third of the 6 Aki Core wrestling games released for the Nintendo 64. Last time we was live, we delved with WCW NWO World Tour and Virtual Pro Wrestling 64, and now we're moving on to number 3 out of 6. And you're like, 6? Well, there's Virtual Pro. It's like D-pad not working anymore. There's Virtual Pro Wrestling 2. There's WrestleMania 2000, and of course WWF No Mercy. We'll get there. It's a process. Rachology wants a flap. All right, it's gonna make a little bit of noise in here. 1, 2, 3. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah, love this. No, it's actually not too bad. I can really go for a flap right about now. It's a Nintendo 60 phony. I love it. Why don't we get the game launched and we'll go from there. See, Norm, also, pink controller really goes with tonight's outfit. Does it or does it not? So again, this is WCW NWO Revenge, released in 1998 for the N64, published by THQ, developed by Asmic Ace and the Aki Corporation. It continues the easy-to-learn, easy-to-master arcade gameplay of WCW NWO World Tour. Oh, shit. Are we starting a Silent Hill game? Never mind, it's just a setup. We've been had.
They played us like a damn fiddle!
I'm giving 80s core really good today. Good, that's the plan. Hot! I have to turn my speakers down a little bit. Well, let me tell you something, brother. In my restless dreams, I see that town. This intro may be being a tad melodramatic. That troll no longer seems to have an account. Aw, gosh, they've been put in the penalty box. What a shame. Hey, it's that guy we don't talk about that much anymore. No, don't do that to Jim Neidhart. His neck is precious. I'm just watching this along with the rest of y'all chat. Taz's theme about the start? Our WCW NWO Revenge. Hey, you're all dead. You was every single champion with Perry Saturn. Okay, this explains something that happened on my show on Wednesday night. That does explain something. We were playing SmackDown 2. We were doing the season mode. We were skipping a bunch of matches that didn't pertain to the character we were playing as China. And there was an exhibition match between Perry Saturn and The Undertaker. And I'm like, there's no fucking shot Perry Saturn wins this simulated match. And then, of course, he goes and he fucking does. So clearly you were controlling him. This does explain a lot. We got a mod on deck. Make sure you point that shout-out cannon at your old dad.
Business is about to pick up here.
I mean, listen. All of you are coming from my occasional game show Saturday nights. Most of you got emotes that you spam that come from his channel. So if you're one of the 3 people that ain't already following, check him out. I mean, Match Game Mondays. Friday show usually has Starcade, and I'm left going with the same thought I have every time that he does Starcade. Isn't this just Manfred Mann's Blinded by the Light, but the song never gets to start? Something along those lines. Saturn is legit real good in this, so he could do it again. I don't doubt it. I definitely do not doubt it. Because every time the theme song for Starcade starts, I'm like, this is just Manfred Mann, right? Let me have a look at the options here. I think I have it set to Gentle Babby Easy. I'm going to knock it back up to normal. Listen, these Tatas have got to earn their keep here tonight. So we got that. Realism apparently is just blood, so we want that. Blood makes the grass grow after all. It can do that. Hey, Bunny Boy Echo as well. Mwah. An onion plug. I see you over there. You'll never hear that song the same. Yeah, you're welcome. Or I'm so sorry, whichever one's the appropriate response. So, to answer a question Chad had, again, this was released in 1998 for the Nintendo 64. It does not have a one-to-one Virtual Pro Wrestling counterpart. There's only 2 of those for the N64. Virtual Pro Wrestling 2 holds more in common with WrestleMania 2000 than it does this. This is a purpose-driven WCW game that still has some of the trappings of WCW NWO World Tour, but is much more fleshed out to be a proper WCW game. And as it came out right at about the point where WCW was about to pass the torch to WWF in terms of what the ratings were doing on Monday nights. It does represent, I would say, probably about the apex of the WCW roster before things started going downhill. I mean, literally everyone and your mom is in the NWO. You could go to the costume change. You could go on over to Raven, who is the developer's favorite. You could decide everyone's in the NWO. Hey, guess what? Where's the goddamn t-shirts? There. Now Raven is in the NWO. You could make that decision. You absolutely could. So it's still a little paltry on features. It doesn't have a season mode that would eventually that would manifest as part of WWF WrestleMania 2000. So you're still relegated to a couple different match types. There's no cage match because that wasn't really their thing. You have exhibitions. You go for the championship, and the belts. I don't know if these are the belts. See, this is just the way the cartridge was when I got it. So I can't speak as to whether these were actually the champions at the time. Okay, I know this one's not accurate because I'm pretty sure Roddy Piper. I don't know if Roddy Piper was ever world champion. All right, U.S. heavyweights on Kurt Hennig, cruiserweights on Raven, I think that is, or Billy Kidman. I can't tell from here. We'll look at the actual roster shortly. Tag team titles held by names I did not internalize. World heavyweight titles on the Maniac from It's Always Sunny, and Face the Fear, thank you. And then TV title is on did not internalize your name. That's why we're gonna have to go through the. We are gonna have to go through the duty roster. That's what we'll have to do. So who have we got to work with here? Who have we got? Wow, that NWO just keeps getting bigger, don't it? It certainly do. We got Hogan here once again. Some of these costumes are basically one-to-one the same they were in WCW NWO World Tour. Some of them I think have been a little bit upgraded. Here's Giant, and he's actually tucking tonight. We love to see it. I've seen far too much of him in the ring and not tucking properly. And I'm just like, could you just tuck, please? Seriously.
There's children crying.
So apparently Giant's in the NWO at this point. Brian Adams, the singer, is in for some reason. So he's in there too. Scott Hall, of course, is still here. Of course, I could... Someone explain to me what the hell the difference between NWO White and NWO Red. One of the nerds, please explain that one to me. Because again, I was a WWF house, so I don't know these things. Scott Norton, the antivirus suite, who's dressed like he's a stage from Wreck-It Ralph, apparently. We got Buff Bagwell. I kind of don't remember that name. Oh, of course, this guy has to be here.
Come on, he's got a family.
Not that one.
Eric Bischoff is a no-good, lousy son of a bitch.
Hey!
So Eric Bischoff is here for some goddamn reason. Mr. Scott Steiner math. I would bring up the Scott Steiner math again. Oh, God. Wow. Yeah, we're getting close to the Scott Steiner we all know here. I would bring up the TNA clip again, but that was a global block on YouTube, which to me makes no sense because if that video is a global block, then how did I watch it on YouTube on a fan account? That one doesn't make any sense to me.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Dad, God, 17 is a
Welcome to the party.
The Night Watcher here. Seems very odd to get raided by the Night Watch. Don't they usually hang around the wall? Squid Punk and Raiders, hello, welcome on in. Squid Punk, Madame Universe, Tanarath, Buongiorno. I am Queen Pib, Patricia, Inga, Bogart. She wants to call me Trish. Queen of the retro, queen of the ways that he old, and your time on his channel, this fat lip, fat hip, fat boobied, and fat booty channel, is of course, and as always, well ways to welcome on in. I don't have to ask what Squid Punk was up to. You were playing that Game of Thrones game for PS2 that everyone forgets because it kind of predates the TV show popping the fuck off. We know you got a lot of Ray targets out there on the TTV, and we're always thankful anyone chooses to spend time with little old me. Thank you so much for coming on by with your folks. Got my best cosplay on. We're dressed up as Bret the Hitman Hart. Nah. Yes, gaming of Thrones also is kind of bad. Yeah, I feel like if it was really good, it wouldn't just be, you know, I feel like it would have been if it was actually good when the show popped off, everyone would be going, oh my god, it's a Game of Thrones game that already existed, it's good, and no one did that, so...
Looking good and looking dangerous, Ping Mars.
Why, thank you, Chicken Tinga. Thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back. See, the funny thing is, like, a bunch of my outfits that I've done, I mean, I've dressed up as China twice, Goldust, Sting, a sort of version of Hollywood Hogan, the Mountie, and so many of those outfits wouldn't make sense. Well, I mean, if I started shooting off at the mouth about how America fucks things up and how ICE needs to be abolished and abolishing ICE is the minimum position, then it'd be hard to take seriously coming from all those other looks. We're dressed as Bret the goddamn Hitman Hart this evening, who went on a very strong anti-American run in 1997 and as such you would actually be in character! Elbows up, motherfuckers. Yeah, he was doing that shit before it was cool. It was also the easiest way to get heat in U.S. arenas. All you had to do it back then was just say, actually, America kind of sucks. And they'd throw shit at you like you were Hulk Hogan doing a heel turn. Like someone played Dragon Age Origins and decided this is too exciting. Oh, it's the Dragon Age 2. Hey, Eyes of Sin, welcome on as well. Mwah. Anyway, we're just going through the duty roster of WCW NWO Revenge, which until WWF No Mercy came around was kind of the zeitgeist for wrestling games in the late 90s until like No Mercy and SmackDown came along. Like this was the brand generic and basically represents the WCW promotion at its apex before things started sliding the other way. So we already saw you got Hogan, Big Show, the guy who sang Run to You, Raise the Ramon, the Antivirus Suite, that guy, Eric Bischoff, Scott Steiner, who does math, that's the only thing I care to know about him, Mr. Perfect, because why not have Mr. Perfect here, I guess. Between now and the Sting cosplay stream, you've been down some rabbit holes? Yes. Oh yeah, Brian Adams, he was crushed. He was in the Disciples of Apocalypse, if memory serves. And then you have the NWO Wolfpack. The only thing I know about them is they wore red, and I remember this would have been maybe 2003, 2004, maybe? There was one time I was walking through town, I had my red NWO hoodie on, and I had like no fucking appreciation for what WCW was. And like this shitty Honda Civic with like two guys is about to drive past. They roll down the windows, start honking and go, NWO for life! I'm like, okay, I bet you those are some cool dudes. I'd have been like, I don't know, probably 16 or 17 at the time. Anyway, here's Diesel, as seen in the Dead or Alive movie. He played Tina Armstrong's dad. Here's Sting. Apparently, he must have gone on an anti-hero, an anti-hero shtick. Exactly, it's Sting from the rafters. Oh, that's much better. That's much better. That's also much better. That works too. This I don't like. This don't like. He played Bass. Never noticed. Yeah, he was Bass in the Dead or Alive movie. I'm not even making that up. Anti-hero. So a hero? Maybe. All right, so there's Lex Luger. He's here for some reason. This is the guy. He's in Spider-Man, Bone Crusher. He's here too. Apparently, he's in NWO Red. So does he have an alternate costume where at least looks like regular Macho Man? I guess not. Here's Conan the Barbarian. He's here too. And then Raven's Flock, which, chatters have been pointing out that it feels a little odd that Raven's Flock gets billing before the WCW. Apparently, there's a very good reason for this. He's also on the cover of the game, despite not really being, the biggest of superstars in WCW. And apparently it's literally because one of the devs behind this game was a huge fucking Raven fan and took priority. Yeah, I seen shorts on social media where they were interviewing the guy who played Raven. It's like, yeah, it turns out I'm on the cover just because the guy who made the game liked me. It was Raven and Job versus smarter booking. It could have been a serious faction. Right. Yeah, Nicole Kidman's in this too. So here's someone named Lodi. Is that just Neil Patrick Harris? I think that's just Neil Patrick Harris. Solid Snake. No, not Solid Snake. Big Boss is here for some reason. Sick Boy. Okay, well, if he's Big Boss, then you're Solid Snake. Reese, a.k.a. the Yeti, and several other terrible gimmicks. Okay, well, you're Reese, apparently. Hey, Sailor Soapbox. And here's Kidman. Apparently, he's the TV title holder in this game for some reason. You say this represents the peak of WCW despite the fact David Arquette is not in it. Curious. I know. Now we're into the regular WCW roster. You got Rowdy Roddy Piper over here, a.k.a. the Maniac. Love to see him here. Shame they couldn't have given him his fucking kilt, though. That would have been nice. Mr. DDP is here. I find it very, I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe that was his kit at that point. I would have preferred to have, his wrestling kit be like the top instead of this. It was a different time. It was late 90s grimdark. Everybody was just wearing jeans instead of their outfits. Like DDP's dressing like DDP over here is dressing like he's getting ready to play beach volleyball in Top Gun. Oh, I should take off that programming note. That programming note is no longer relevant. We will be live next Saturday. We'll be playing Rumble Roses. He wrestling jeans. Yeah, I know. I remember. It's just, Oh, hey, it's Goldberg. Now listen. I'm not saying you're a hack, but you injured Bret Hart twice and ended his career. So, I mean, listen, Chris Benoit may have murdered his whole family and taken his own life, but at least he didn't end Bret Hart's career. I'm kidding, obviously. Pib, that's usually when you lull us into a false sense of security and then you hit us with the real joke. No, there is no extra joke. It's just, it's fucked up. You also fucked up. You deprived us of the best there is The best there was, and the best there ever will be.
There's children crying.
Yeah, chat's like I see double. There's 4 of them now. See, the funny thing is JR gets to use a word that chat's not allowed to use. Yeah, Goldberg's not innocent, but Bischoff, right.
Eric Bischoff is a no good, lousy son of a bitch.
Hey.
I'm trying to remove that word from my repertoire, but certain JR-isms still have it in there, so it's in there as legacy media. So yeah, you got Bret Hart, who went over to WCW after Vince McMahon basically couldn't afford to pay his contract anymore. We'll talk more about that. Chris Benoit is here. Chris, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told you when we were playing WCW NWO World Tour. Have you considered that all those diving headbutts may not be good for your long-term health? Please consider stopping them at earliest convenience. Please and thank you. Rick Steiner is over here. Fit Finley, can we get so... I like how if Goldberg just wears like black trunks, it's just, oh, that's just the wrestler in black trunks. But if Fit Finley is over here wearing this, I'm like, are you like horned up or something? Like, this somehow looks more salacious than Goldberg, and technically Goldberg's wearing less. Yes, and it's always fuck Rick Steiner, the transphobe, exactly. The diving headbutt is the move that should be retired. Yeah, if that shit's still going on, that needs to stop. Is Scott Steiner okay? I hope so. There's Booker T. He, of course, was able to transition over to the WWF once WCW folded. Why does the caption think I said WWF 1SWCW? That's a very specific string of words. Seems like someone's jumbled password. There's Perry Saturn, aka Year-Old Dad, running through the game and absolutely destroying everyone in the title modes. Yeah, Scott's, I mean, as Pope Corker the Ninth has repeatedly reminded us, when you're looking up wrestlers, there be monsters. There's Perry Saturn, who apparently was not wearing trunks at the time, was just wearing jeans. What if that was a requirement when he went over to WWF? Vince is like, listen, you can't all be wearing jeans. Disco Inferno, a.k.a. nobody's favorite. Nobody likes you, Disco Inferno. Anyone who says they like you doesn't actually like you, okay? They like a movie. They don't like you. Jim Neidhart is here to try and do most of the cocaine. British Bulldog is also here. And frankly, he should stop doing the cocaine. If he's doing it. Or the anabolic steroids or whatever it is he's doing. I'm getting ahead of myself here, but the reason why Bret Hart... I can't remember if, like... Because what happens after the screw job, Bret Hart and Bulldog both leave immediately. Neidhart has a month left on his contract, in which basically he gets... he jobs to DX on his way out, and then they all end up here. You have Glacier. No, but seriously, what's his real name? It's Glacier. And I said, what is his real name? It's a joke from when we were playing World Tour. How come he's not wearing his mask and it just looks like... Who is that guy who was in Star Trek First Contact? He played the helmsman and he got Borgified. He looks like that guy. Here's Meng and Van Hammer. What is it with this game and its obsession with guys with shoulder-length brown hair and beards? What is this, Reddit? Rimshot? Oh, there's this Canyon fellow. Don't know anything about that. All right, here's Yugi Nagata. Well, at least you're distinct looking. I can appreciate that. Larry Zbyszko. You're here too. Barbarian is here. La Parka is... Now, are you actually La Parka or are you Diamond Dallas Page? We have to ask these questions. We have to ask. Stevie Ray, the other half of Harlem Heat, is here. And then, boy, I'm not saying that Jericho was getting buried in WCW, but here he is on the fourth rung. All right, well, there's Chris Jericho, who no one particularly cares for. Eddie Guerrero, who everyone does. I love the t-shirt. Eddie Guerrero is my favorite wrestler. Psychosis. Wait, weren't those the people who developed Lemmings? Rey Mysterio Jr., who, what was it you said in the Discord, Pulp, where when he went over to WWF, he was like, WCW made me remove my mask, and Vince was like, you put that shit back on, I can sell your mask to kids for forever. They done randomly as well. Yeah, Yuji Nagata was brought up for New Japan. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Dean Malenko, stop trying to make Dean Malenko happen! Just stop! It's not happening! I am Juvie. We'll go with that because I'm gonna butcher that first name if I even try. Juvie Guerrera. We making Chavo happen? Oh yeah. Chavo's allowed to happen. Dean was good though. I mean, I have no idea. Me making fun of Dean Malenko was just a running gag at this point. Juventud. Okay, Juventud Guerrera. Well, there you go. I already liked him a lot better than Chris Jericho. Perfect. Ultimo Dragon is here. Chavo Guerrero is here. Alex Wright. He wants to have sex with all of us, apparently. And then you got a few other leftovers from the WCW NWO World Tour days. You've got Aki Man. He's the man who does Aki stuff. Shogun, the Executioner, Dr. Frank. Okay. Jekyll. Is there another one called Hyde? No. Maya Inca Boy. Now, answer me this, chat. When you were looking at that name in your periphery, did you look at that and see Maya Incel Boy, or was it just me? Anyway, it's kind of giving Wesley Snipes and Blade a little bit. The Door. So yeah, you got a couple of people I think were in World Tour. You got Hawk Hanna. Kim Chi is here again. Dake Ken. Brakowski. That's a look. Ming Chi and Hanzomon. And there you go. And Maxine Twilight's as well. Welcome on. And let's do one of these exhibitions. Give me Bret Hart. And give me... Is there a random button in this damn game? There is no random button in this damn game. I don't know. You know what? Let's not overthink this. You know what? Actually, no. Give me this schmuck. So, because I am playing this on the analog 3D, it has a mode that I can use to increase the game's clock speed. Those of you who are familiar with how WCW NWO Revenge works, you're going to note that these introduction sequences seem a lot smoother than you remember. Now, the game features intros, but no effort has been made to try and replicate the actual wrestlers' theme songs. So it's just like two generic songs that play. But yeah, like those fireworks should have been lagging the whole console. I also never was a fan of how they portrayed Bret Hart's signature gestures. Just like, duh, I don't know. That is not how it works. That is not how it works! Bill Goldberg, the guy who, Listen, I'm not saying he's a bad wrestler. All I know is Bret Hart had a perfectly solid wrestling career before dealing with him. He had a perfectly wonderful wrestling career, and then Bill Goldberg came along. Hey, Dora Pina as well. Buongiorno. Yeah, Goldberg cost us Bret Hart versus Kurt Angle. That too. But yeah, apparently Bret Hart suffered at least one concussion at the hands of Goldberg, and possibly two. So I should explain. Bret Hart's career was basically ended in 1999 by is it 99 or 2000? One of those two. His career was basically permanently ended by Goldberg as a result of post-concussion syndrome. I noticed at least two spots that Bret Hart took when he was wrestling with Bill Goldberg. Now, just to make sure we're all playing with the same deck of cards. Wrestling is staged, it's fake. However, the individuals performing it are still engaged in acrobatics and feats of daring do that, if they are not conducted properly, can still result in injury. Bret Hart suffered one, possibly two concussions wrestling with Bill Goldberg. One apparently came when Bill Goldberg did something outside the ring and did not absorb Bret Hart's attack properly. And the other one was the result of Goldberg kicking Bret Hart in the head. Bret Hart basically wound up with post-concussion syndrome, and as such, he could no longer engage in wrestling to the extent that he could possibly have done at that point. So, and I don't know, I think Bret's gone between having nothing but ire for Goldberg and going, well, you know, he's a good guy, he just didn't know what the hell he was doing. He's gone back and forth. But it's just... Listen, maybe Bret Hart has forgiven you, but I won't! I will not! Would you get out of there? Fall down! Get in here, you big baby. Excuse me? Oh, you're not here to be friends. Okay, fine. I gotta kill two you assholes now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yes! So yeah, that's not gonna work. Hey, Luger, you got a finisher I can steal? How about one more, huh? How about one more? Bye, Luger, you big baby. You love the ring bell for the nut shots. I do love that effect. Especially when you get to the next game and the China low blow's been introduced. Oh, no. You're not getting knocked out. I'm sorry, did I just permanently concuss Goldberg? Did I just just change history? Did I just give Goldberg a career-ending concussion? Fine, I'll do it again. Or not. Asshole. You would do that, wouldn't you? I see you're now bleeding, making me the victor. But yes, for a time, this was the sort of brand generic game whenever anyone thought of wrestling games for the Nintendo 64. And it would continue to hold that title until, I would say, until WWF No Mercy came along. Not WWF WrestleMania 2000, as good as a game as that was. The feature set of No Mercy really elevated to the point where, based on feature set alone, you had to always give it the tiebreaker over WCW NWO Revenge. But if you were very married to this roster, you could be forgiven for thinking that. Now, fortunately, many of the constrained only by your creativity, many of the wrestlers in these games could be recreated in WrestleMania 2000 and No Mercy. God damn, well, I was going to give him the sharpshooter, but I suppose breaking his neck would be just desserts. Oh my goodness! Oh, that neck ain't ever going to point the right way ever again.
What did we just see? What did we just see?
If there's one other thing that annoys me about... Like, Bret Hart doesn't really have a charisma finisher. He doesn't really. Like, all the other wrestlers, like a lot of them, like, you know, Kevin Nash is his jackknife and so on and so forth. Bret doesn't really have a finisher per se. In fact, let's get Bret back out here. Bret, get your butt back out here. You beat Goldberg far too fast for my liking here. Get your ass out here again. Let's beat the shit out of Disco Inferno, because who cares about him? Yeah, Bret. Yeah, well, the thing is, like Bret's always been a... Bring back Goldberg, if only. I mean, Bret Hart's finishers have always been submission. He's always been a technical wrestler, and it's always been his thing to make someone tap. Which, it means that he can do his finisher at any time, the sharpshooter, but it also means for that to actually work, you have to keep hitting either that or his single leg crab that he keeps doing. Now, that being said, he can steal an opponent's finisher, but like when he gets his piston vinegar meter all the way up, it just means that if you lock in a strong grapple and flick the stick to do the finisher, all he does is just like a rudimentary drop that just immediately goes into the sharpshooter. Yeah, it's a man who never drew. Yeah, apparently Disco Inferno got a big dick and somehow convinced himself he was a bigger deal than he ever was. Hey, demonic dork as well. Buongiorno. Welcome on in. So yeah, the upside is it means he can do his sharpshooter whenever he wants. The downside is he doesn't have a finisher, per se. Get out of the ring, you big bastard. I gotta do some taunts. I gotta do the Bret Hart taunt, which isn't really the Bret Hart taunt because, again, hang on, I gotta wait till he gets down here. Uh-oh. So, okay, so this game might have characters that have more active counters. Can we do another one? Let's hear that, or not. When you hear like that very loud snap after a punch, it indicates that the punch has been countered and another one is coming your way. Trying to see if I can get... Damn. You gotta get the timing just right in order to counter a counter. Well, hi, how you doing? What the hell was that supposed to be? You wonder if the finisher sharpshooter is statistically stronger behind the scenes. That's a good question. We might find out. Was gonna ask, isn't Disco Inferno like a known asshole? Yes. Yes, he is. Or perhaps has delusions of grandeur. If not one, then perhaps the other. Good evening as well, diva individual. So yeah, like of all the looks that I have done, if I was gonna sit here and shoot up at the mouth about social and political issues, could be a little, well, not to say that it couldn't be taken seriously, well dressed to say gold dust. I mean, it wouldn't know if it would fit the character as much. Ooh, nice. But when I'm dressed as Bret Hart, again, when he turns face in '97 in the WWF, ow, uh-oh. When he turned heel, he went all in on saying that American fans suck, which drew massive fucking heat. Tell you what, since I think DQ's turned off, can I throw this at him? Okay, well, you're not landing your finisher out there, you dumbass. If you want to do something, you're going to have to come out here. Bro, your finisher's about to run out. Okay, fine. There, are you very proud of yourself now, Disco dumbass? Oh, boo me all you want. I don't care. Uh-oh. Help! I think he's adapted. Okay, well, at least he dropped the goddamn thing. Give him another goddamn sharpshooter here. But yeah, like I hit on it earlier and I'll mention it again. If we only have Second Amendment rights when we're not within a stone's throw of immigration and customs enforcement and related federal agencies, then do we actually have a Second Amendment? The funny thing is, like, normies are picking up more and more on this. Like, it's not just, you know, crackpots like me going, we should get rid of ICE, and that's like the minimum mandatory position. Normies are doing it. Well, see, like, it's also, it's an easy dunk for, like, chuds. And you might think, why would that be an easy dunk for chuds? And it's like, well, in the most recent instance, I'm not going to bring up too many of the details because a lot of you already know it anyway, but let's just say it was a 7-on-1, and a lot of, let's say, very trad male types looked at that situation and went, you needed 7 people? What are you, a bunch of fucking babies? Like, it's some combination of contempt and embarrassment. And I mean, hey, listen, allies till we're not in that regard, I guess I say. And like I said, I have hung out in no shortage of right-wing spaces. I have discussed the concept of gun reforms with them. And the one tenet that they always held true to, as I just broke Disco Inferno's fucking leg, is that the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. Also, is there sound settings here? Let's see if I could turn the sound settings down a bit. That the Second Amendment shall not be infringed. And the early justification for the shooting of the ICU nurse at that protest, who was a lawful observer who committed the heinous crime of checking notes, attempting to help someone who had fallen down. Let's see. Let's start working on the TV title. Give me, let's do it at Super Brawl 7. And let's say that I'm, you know what? Let's get Diamond Dallas Page on the docket here. AV Gross as well. Nah. Like, but yeah, the one thing they always insisted on, without any qualifiers whatsoever, is that the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, shall not be infringed. And again, this is one of these things where it's like, I don't like that the only people coming out and saying that the man had his gun is DHS. I would prefer if that could be corroborated by maybe local and state officials. But until then, we're going to go with that version of events that suggests that he had a legal handgun on him. A lawfully owned weapon that he had a permit to carry. So someone exercising their Second Amendment rights within within the purview of the law as it exists. And I feel like applying this to normal, I'm gonna get my ass handed to me, but we'll see how this goes. And apparently, and that's if you listen to Greg Bavino this morning, who can't keep his story straight, but then why would he have to worry about that? He's a fucking little Nazi bastard. I was like, listen, it is a crime. You don't have Second Amendment rights near federal officers. And I'm like, that seems like a restriction on the Second Amendment. You need to be careful throwing around assertions like that. You might start to commit friendly fire. You know how, like, sometimes insults need to be narrow in scope, because if I say something that applies to someone, but it's too broad of an insult, anyone else who fits the criteria but isn't on the receiving end of my ilk can say, oh, what, you've got it against name of thing here? And then it starts off a whole other thing. Now, you start saying that Americans don't have Second Amendment rights to open carry or concealed carry within the letter of the law near federal officials. At some point, they are going to start noticing. Now, the NRA, from what I understand, is more than happy to gargle balls at this point. But that ain't going to hold forever. Bearing in mind that the NRA is not merely the figurehead making the statements, but also all the people who purport to be a part of that advocacy group. And I know at the end of the day, all those people hump the stars and bars and go, I love President Trump. Like, you have to remember, when Trump went after bump stocks, those people got pissed. Then I think the Supreme Court had to put bump stocks back. And I think it was Trump initially banned bump stocks. Then the Supreme Court had to put it back in. For those who don't remember, bump stocks is that weird accessory that you could put on a single fire AR-15 and turn into an automatic weapon. It's the thing that the Mandalay Bay shooter used to basically mow down a bunch of people from his hotel room. Yeah, congrats to ICE to being the only fast secret police to be so incompetent they can't follow the simple rule of do the murders behind closed doors. Right. Well, the problem is technology prevents a lot of that. Like, if this was happening 40 years ago, we wouldn't be hearing about it to the extent that we are now. I mean, that's not to say there haven't been incidents in U.S. history where state, local, or federal officials open fire at people. It has happened before, but we would not have such immediate evidence immediately countering the federal government's narrative if not for the rise of technology. So there's that angle. And then yet normie Americans are getting behind. You know what? Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't serve any useful purpose. They're like, well, ICE has to do it. They're seeking out murderers and rapists. It's like, no, they're not. But why are they saying it? Because they're treating all undocumented individuals as being theoretical potential murderers and rapists. You know who goes after murderers and rapists existing actual law enforcement. Ah, yes, you remember that famous television show, Law and Order Special Victims Unit, which centers around a New York-based squad of crack detectives all working for Homeland Security investigations? That too, Crazy Jersey. We're going to leave that one in the airlock, but yes, I agree. It is such a okay. I have to throw a possible triggering word out there, but it is what it is, because nothing quite perpetuates rape culture, which is a subset of misogyny, quite like saying, listen, we're going after these people who are not doing that, but we're claiming they're doing it anyway as a pretext for getting them out of the country, as opposed to all the, actual people of power who are doing it. Yeah, we don't care that they're doing it. Hey, Kazmal's the love from Canada. Hey, we're doing what we can down here. Excuse me, DDP's trying to win the TV title here. We got to get this thing going here. You saw a video where Ice Age was rap-running a guy just because he had an accent. Right, it's a completely legal basis to just do racial profiling. Again, of all the looks I have done for the pro wrestling meta, this is the one that's most on brand for slandering America. Like, literally, all I gotta do is just go, well, in America, turns out you don't even have rights. In Canada, it's perfectly legal to carry a musket within 10 yards of an RCMP officer, but that's only because it'd take you 10 minutes to get the thing loaded. Of course, the nice thing about a musket is it gives you plenty of time to calm down. Indeed, Chatterbox. No, you're right. There's some comments that are staying in the airlock just because chat doesn't have freedom of speech. Streamer does, but they are statements that I do agree with. Hey, Fox Gray Gaming. Yes, indeed, we are the excellence of execution this evening. I swear this wasn't the only thing I was going to talk about tonight. Patriots are going to Super Bowl. Yay. Apparently the new Silent Hill movie is bad, but possibly also so bad it's good. I've heard it might be that special kind of bad that's actually quite charming. I completely forgot about that movie. But yeah, it must have just come out this weekend. And it's up, and its tomato meter score is only slightly better than that Mercy movie. Ow. That was a weird football game. Yeah, it was. I initially was like, Patriots, why did you wear all white? Drake May's not going to be able to see his receivers once the snow starts. And then once the Pats run defense is like, oh shit, the backup quarterback for the Broncos ain't going to be able to see the defenders. There's a new Silent Hill movie. Yes, it's called Return to Silent Hill. I don't know if it's doing Silent Hill 2 or what the deal is. I didn't really pay attention. But apparently it's one of those so bad it's good types. As bad as Trump's mail order broad movie, I forgot about that too. All right, is it Melania documentary or docudrama or something? I don't know. Movies be fucked. Movies be very fucked. Come on, DDP, you gotta put, this is Stevie Ray, if I have that correctly. Put Stevie Ray out of the misery. It was advertised as an adaptation of Silent Hill 2, but completely shit the bed. So what you're telling me is that Silent Hill adaptations have gone 0 for 2. Yeah, I'll have to hit him with another diamond cutter, I guess. Uh-oh. You watched Risky Business for the first time yesterday. It's like, this is what Risky Business is about? Yeah, that too. So that's where you're at with movies. Yep. 0 for 3. What's the other Silent Hill 2 adaptation that I don't remember? If you're talking about all the Silent Hill movies, yeah, they're all kind of bad in their own way. Feels weird because the second Silent Hill movie feels like it's a fucking Game of Thrones thing now, the way it's got both Sean Bean and Kit Harington in it. You're in a civilized society with civilized gun laws and cops without guns. When our government wants to shoot its own citizens, it has to do the civilized way and send the army to Northern Ireland. Heavy sarcasm. Right. Like, I'm not sitting here and saying that the institution of policing can be saved. I know the institution of ICE certainly can never be saved. Now, if you were to task me with finding ways to try and get the police to fix their image and serve the public trust, first thing you do is you start dressing them and their cars up like fucking British cops. Every single one of those fuckers is wearing high vis. Their cars need to look like fucking taxi cabs. You need to be able to see them from a mile away. They all need to be wearing those funny checker hats like the Chicago police wear. I don't want these blacked out cop cars. You can barely see the fucking logo. Also, this guy's taking like 4 diamond cutters and he still won't die. And Simon Pegg needs to be there. Well, you know, you think that, but then he signed on to that Harry Potter audiobook thing, so honestly, he can go spit. Pre that, yes. Post that, nah, he can go spit. If you asked me this 2 years ago, yeah, sure. How many diamond cutters do I gotta hit you with? Yeah, remember when finishers were actually finishers? Are you gonna get counted out? His Pat thing is trying to figure out how to get back in here. Over under that the Dems will cave and fund the ice bill. That could go either way. So yeah, Senate Democrats allegedly have found their balls and are threatening to shut the government down again if they don't remove ICE funding from the budget bill that went through a week or two ago. The budget bill that a handful of Dems actually voted on. See, like, everyone's like, vote blue no matter. If everyone had just voted blue no matter who, we wouldn't be here. And the problem is voting blue no matter who actually did get us here. Vote blue no matter who doesn't keep blue accountable. Like, for instance, here's a good example. Henry Swalar. He's a Democrat that's been consistently winning in Texas. Now, the problem with him is his voting record is nearly indistinguishable from a Republican. Also, Fit Finley is here for some reason. And okay, fine, you go beat the shit out of him. I don't care. But yeah, his voting record is nearly indistinguishable from a Republican. Fit Finley, okay. Oh, it's a 20 count. I gotta hold this train of thought for a second here. I'll just get my special ready. Get back out there, you bum. You need to keep him from coming in. Ah, damn it. Finley, you bozo! Vote blue no matter who. Got you Spanberger, right? They got us Kirsten Sinema, who at one point was a Green Party progressive. Certainly didn't manifest as a senator. Joe Manchin. It didn't necessarily get us Fetterman, but it might prevent us from getting rid of him. But Henry Swaler is he's a pro-life Democrat. Now, I've heard arguments that say, well, that's what he says, got to say to get elected there. Well, try running a progressive, see where that gets you. And, like, the funny thing is that they've tried primarying him with a progressive. But gosh golly gee, the Democratic Party establishment, which has gone on record as saying, we do not primary incumbents, unless, of course, they're progressive. Then we definitely don't primary them, but gosh, isn't it amazing all the assets they suddenly have access to? So they tried primarying him in 2022. It actually went down like a couple hundred votes. He nearly lost. Yeah, it took them. Some of them still aren't exactly doing full-throated support of Mom Donnie, which, listen, not that anyone should love a politician without any kind of reservation, but like there's this clip of Mom Donnie making the rounds today, and the floor is yours. Not my mayor, but wish she was my mayor.
Is coming down heavily across our city. And I can think of no better excuse for New Yorkers to stay home, take a long nap, or take advantage of our public library's offer of free access to Heated Rivalry on ebook or audiobook for anyone with a library card.
Mom Donnie said, stay home and read gay hockey porn. I mean, listen. He's a politician. He's the mayor of New York City. He is going to do things that disappoint us. He inevitably will. He will do things that will probably break our heart at some point. But he's telling people to read gay smut. That's worth a couple of points. So at least there's that. Nemesaur, I see you up there as well. Buongiorno. And Lux as well. Mwah. How many fucking finishers is this guy gonna take? I'm trying to pin him, you fuck. Problem is now he's next to the Fit Finley. Would you fitly fucking fuck off? Finally! Yeah, vote blue no matter who. Got us several Dems that voted to allow law enforcement to strip search children. Right. The problem with vote blue no matter who is vote blue no matter who has no accountability. It's just take the thing that's put right in front of you. Like, vote blue no matter who could get you this guy. It could. You don't know. Maybe there was something about this guy Chuck Schumer really liked. Who can say? That's why we got so many people standing Newsom. Yeah, Gavin Newsom is very fucking... Yeah. Like Gavin Newsom, that's just the natural response. Just Gavin Newsom flabbergasted. He's a rich piece of shit. It's not just that, but like he's bringing back homophobia of all goddamn things. That's a misspell. Yeah, I'll let that one through. Vote blue to Matahu in primary him next year. I mean, look, I did my work in 2024. I may do my work this year. Look, I voted blue up and down the ballot. I became an American with enough time to spare that I could vote in 2024. And I did it holding my nose. But I also am not going to sit here and finger wag people for whom they did not feel any kind of kinship with candidates that refused to do the base minimum. Now then, Gavin Newsom, he's bringing back homophobia, casual homophobia of all goddamn things. He went to like fucking Davos or something, that economic forum, and he was saying that like a bunch of business leaders all need knee pads for all the blowing that they've been doing of Donald Trump, as if he didn't go on fucking Ben Shapiro's podcast and blow him there. Ben Shapiro could have sat there and said, actually 2 + 2 is 5. And Gavin Newsom would have been, oh, you know what? There's probably something to that. Like, we're litigating this now because when it comes time for no one to want to support Gavin Newsom, we want to put on the record years in advance that he's a fucking shithead. He's a transphobe, apparently low-key a homophobe, and let's see, also hates the homeless, wouldn't do anything meaningful to get ice out of his stay other than run out the clock. That sort of thing. And as it stands right now, if he's the nominee, I'm not voting for him. I'm not doing it. But Pip, what about... Do you know how negotiating works? Here's the problem with Vote Blue no matter who. There's no accountability. If I go, okay, fine, he's a shithead, but I'll vote for him anyway, how is there any accountability? You just immediately hand over all your leverage. I'm gonna have to stand outside the ring for a minute here. I mean, I don't know. Is there a way Gavin Newsom could earn my vote? I mean, anyone's capable of redemption if they do the right things. Maybe. As things stand right now, he's not getting it. Again, maybe there's a way it could be fixed. Maybe. I don't know what it looks like. I have a hard time thinking of how that could work. That's how Republicans always win. Well, again, Henry Suelo, for instance, is a vote blue no matter who situation. Yeah, there's a D next to his name, but functionally he's an R. It hasn't resulted in anything good. He voted to give ICE more funding. He routinely votes against pro-life measures. But what's the alternative? The alternative is continuing to tell the Democratic Party at every single moment that these are the policies the voters they're trying to court want. The tail does not wag the dog. The problem with Democratic politicians, and well, this isn't inherently a problem just of Democrats, but it's the one that's especially galling to them, is they figure out what they want their policies to be, and then try to figure out how to convince the electorate instead of asking the electorate what they want and then coming up with policy around it. Like, for instance, the electorate overwhelmingly, including 7 out of 10 independents and 2 out of 10 Republicans, all say ICE. Get rid of it. I don't want it reformed. I want it gone. Finito. Destroyed. There is no chatter by anyone at the major stage right now to even begin broaching that topic. A politician does not automatically get my vote because of what side of the aisle they're on. They're supposed to earn the vote. The thing, and again, this is just one of Pip's theories. This is one of Pip's little theories. If you're the sort of person who's more obsessed over who won rather than is this person going to implement any meaningful policy, strikes me as being the kind of person whose life doesn't really fundamentally change much regardless of who's in the office. Certain present things notwithstanding. Like here I am in my riding. Like if they're like, listen, I'm taking AIPAC money. I unabashedly stand with Israel and think it should, continue. It's doing its whole genocide. It's like it's a non-starter. It's a complete non-starter, for instance. I was willing to look the other way in 2024, but hey, if they're not learning, I can't keep. At some point, it's like I can't keep bailing you out if you're going to keep doing the things that are wrong. And the other facet to this too is like just a handful of people still doing the whole. If Kamala won, this wouldn't be happening. Now, the problem with that statement is that hinges a lot on what does this mean? If this translates solely to, well, we wouldn't be seeing immigration enforcement writ large in the 5 o'clock news and they wouldn't be shooting people. Okay, maybe that wouldn't be happening. ICE still exists, though. ICE's mission is to destroy families. There's just no other ifs, ands, or way about it. ICE does not serve a purpose, a meaningful purpose that enriches or enhances the American experience, the day-to-day life of the typical American. It does not. And ICE executed its mission under W when it was created. It executed its mission under Obama. It executed its mission under Trump 1. It executed its mission under Biden. It is executing its mission under Trump 2. And it will continue to execute its mission under whoever is president next if it's left to its own devices. So it needs to go. And getting rid of it is the minimum policy starting point for anyone who wants my vote. Like, I understand harm reduction, but there's a point where harm reduction simply becomes the ratchet effect. Because the problem is if it's all harm reduction all the time, at some point, harm reduction has to result in something. And if it's not, all it's doing is moving the needle to the right more and more and more. Like the modern Democratic Party is to the right of Ronald Reagan on Israel. That's fucked up. Ronnie fucking Reagan. Ronnie, policy of trickle-down economics. Ronnie, I fired all of the air traffic controllers. Reagan. That guy was willing to withhold all kind of shit from Israel. It's wild. It's frightening. And the problem, too, is like, I get that ICE is on that big recruiting binge, which apparently has very few actual checks involved with it. Don't do this. Don't. What did I tell you? Oh, okay, at least it wasn't the flying headbutt. At least it wasn't the flying headbutt this time. You think 80% of the you don't think 80% of the people would be anti-ICE if Trump weren't running it? Well, fuck ICE and abolish ICE has been a talking point since dating back to Trump 1, dating back to Obama. Would it reach 80%? Probably not. Does that change the fact that it has to go? No, it doesn't. I gotta get back in the damn ring here. Okay, I'm gonna have to move the difficulty back to easy if we ever get back to the menu here. You would urge U.S. voters to consider international aspects of the three issues you've heard because Trump's cut to foreign program the Dems would definitely not have done are on the path to kill hundreds of millions, thousands. Oh, sure. I mean, yeah, they destroyed, what was that agency? Well, they've dismantled the one that was doing all the international aid. They got rid of Radio Free America or whatever the hell it was called, which is also another weird thing to get rid of because it was basically just doing unabashed USAID. That's what it is. Thank you. It's been gone so long, I almost forgot what it was called. Yeah, and then they got rid of that Radio America thing. It's like that was a loss-leading international American propaganda machine, and you just decided you didn't want that anymore. That's wild. The other problem, too, and this is the other problem with using Vote Blue no matter who as a means of harm reduction, there's no shortage of policies that Trump 1 put in place and Trump 2 will put in place, and the Dems will just leave it there. The family separation policies, the aggressive, the aggressive, not exporting, deporting of undocumented people. That shit not only stayed under Biden, but it surged under Biden. Why is this bum in the running for the TV title? Oh, it's because he injured Brett, and this is all the only work he could get. Yeah, even under Obama. Like, I am not wholly against the use of harm reduction. Like, I'm not an accelerationist here. I would like to give us an opportunity to, you know, not immediately plow into the iceberg. Like, I see the Goldberg. I see the Goldberg right in front of us. And I'm like, I would prefer to not crash into the Goldberg. Maybe crashing into the Goldberg is an inevitability, but I'd like to give us a chance to maybe avert course first. Instead of just picking up speed and just crashing right into the Goldberg. Because once you crash into the Goldberg, there's no going back. But fuck me, there's been a lot of instances where it's just, we do the thing we think is harm reduction, and they just go, oh, well, I mean, we can't get rid of that. Because reasons. The Republicans enact something dumb like no child left behind or not being allowed to buy medication from other countries like Canada. Then when the Democrats don't do anything to reverse course, right? Well, what happens is the Democrats take power, and then all of a sudden they're small babies who can't do anything. For a number of reasons. And, like, the funny thing is also, like, we all remember the big, beautiful, the Build Back Better bill. I almost called it the Big Beautiful bill. It's almost as successful as it. The Build Back in the Biden's infrastructure plan was decimated because a handful of senators, namely Manchin and Sinema, were like, have you considered fuck you, actually? What if doing that, what if instead of actually doing meaningful infrastructure spending, what if you just ate our assholes? See, Gavin Newsom, this is how you smear people without resorting to homophobia. You don't say that they got on the knee pads and blew them. Just say they ate out their asses. Eating ass is universal. It's infinitely funnier. It's infinitely more practical, and no one will accuse you of homophobia. So this is why, again, especially on the Gavin Newsom front, this is why we're making it abundantly clear. We will not be supporting this candidate with these policies unless there are some major changes being made. And again, the problem is, of course, again, the Democrats are perpetually, beheld to their donor class. Like, they don't want to do meaningful reforms, including, like, really big stuff, because that pisses off the donors. Because, again, right now, Abolish ICE is polling at absolutely bonkers numbers. And if we don't have major Democrat politicians before the week is out advocating not just for a reduction in funding, but the abolishment of that department, then I don't know what we're even doing here. Like, this is another Sandy Hook situation. Like, after Sandy Hook, it's like, listen, if we sit here and do nothing and accept that the indiscriminate slaughter of children is acceptable, well, then that's just it as far as gun safety is ever going to be. And we all collectively failed that. Some people more than others. And this is another such thing. If we're going to decide that we cannot do anything about a federal agency that apparently has the unabashed authority to violate your Second, Fourth, and Sixth Amendment rights, do we even have a constitution? Do we even have rights? And there's no shortage of marginalized people in this country who are going, oh, so you're only noticing this now? Because a lot of them, rightfully so, would say to someone, maybe someone like me saying these things and going, wow, this is great. How come you couldn't have figured that out before? Because a lot of these things been going on for a very long time. It just, hasn't been affecting the sort of person that the average American gives a rip about. And I'm not going to sit here and say that I had all the right takes at the right time. I'm not going to sit here and say that. Maybe I didn't. The best day to know these things was yesterday. The second best day is today. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, listen, how dare it take a white guy exercising his Second Amendment rights getting murdered by the federal government to get you to get it? I am more happy with, I am so happy you get it now. Again, I would prefer it didn't have to get to that point to get there, but I'll take what I can get. Because, I mean, that's also, how these things work. They know that if they do these things to the lower castes, as it were, then they can keep getting away with it. But federal government has very much lost the plot on these things. I'm getting all this out of the way now so we get to the third hour. I can stop talking about it and focus on the wrestling. Because this is great and all, but I'd like to talk about the wrestling at some point. And Chad didn't do this, I did this. You didn't take the conversation this direction. I did. It's like, listen, don't get me wrong. These are all very good conversations we're having. I don't think anyone in chat has said anything that I'm like, how dare you? Maybe I don't agree with everything, but it's within a particular scope. It's like, we can have a conversation. For the most part, most of our dogs are all attached to good leashes. We're all pointing in the correct direction on the things that I really care about. There's no problem with addressing the elephant. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I know. And again, I know that those of you who come here, you're like, I get it, and I'm willing to listen to these things. I also want to make it abundantly clear, I am not an expert in any of these things. I reserve the right to be wrong in everything I ever do. I reserve the right to be wrong, fuck things up, and have to learn. I will never get everything right. Hell, Chaddis have pointed out things I've done wrong. There's been every once in a while, I will get something legendarily wrong. Chaddis will say, hey, Pib, such and such, not great. Contradicting information. Please look into this. And I like to think that I do. But marginalized people are weird and scary, and who can focus what they're saying with that going on? Right, I know. So much of it just bakes right into the pie of America. I mean, it would be the most American thing to almost set off a civil war in year 250. It would be the most American thing to nearly set off a civil war. Is that so, Solo Dante? I like that I like that trip for fingers in. Solo Dante probably made the statement, what part of that trip for Automod? Automod is apparently horny and thinks you're talking about finger blasting. Automod, stop being so horny, damn it. Do I have to bonk Automod like that chatter earlier? Am I gonna have to do that? And yeah, gimmick puppet. It's the old George Carlin bit. Listen, when you're in the womb, they care. Once you're out, you're on your own. Until you're military age. Then you're just who they're looking for. It's so maddening when you get like right-wingers who say, George Carlin, he would have been right-wing. It's like, did you fucking listen to anything he said? At worst, he would be an obnoxious centrist. And even that's incredibly debatable. Yeah, pre-born, you're fine. Preschool, you're fucked. That's the exact line. Now then. All right, Goldberg, that's got to do it. That's got to... Ah, damn it. Would you just get down and stay down? I'm getting very annoyed. I think I'm just going to have to switch over to Bret Hart. Tell you what, I'm just going to finish beating the shit out of Bill Goldberg. Someday. He'd be a rich old man upset that he couldn't mock trans folks. See, that I feel like that would be a coin flip. That one could go either way. Autobot! Smuggy Bear! Smuggy Bear is saying Bill Hicks! Automod, calm the f*** down! Yes! You got Automodded for Bill Hicks! Yeah, Hambot, go to bed. You're drunk. Hambot, go back to reading Heated Rivalry. Yes, his last name is what's setting it off. Twitch's Epic Machine Learning, or whatever the piss they call that thing they've been using for Automod, AI, whatever the hell, can't figure out that Bill Hicks is a person. Oh, thank God. Did you win the damn title yet? All right, I've officially had enough of the TV title. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I don't care.
Draw game.
I was willing to just put this thing on normal, but normal is giving me hard difficulty, so I'm going to put it back on easy. Additionally, we have been live for 2 hours, so I'm going to take a little BRB. Permit y'all to get up and stretch, use the rest facilities, grab a sippy poo, whatever it is you got. We come back, we'll reintroduce yourselves, check in on Piv Madness, reaffirm our commitment to standards and practices, and then we'll bring Bret Hart back out. Have some parting thoughts about a discussion, then we need to talk shit about wrestling. And the sort of thing that Rachology is on about. We'll be right back. Ma'am, I hate to tell you this, but your son is my great regret to inform you that. Well, I don't have a beret I can take off. What am I supposed to do? I'm doing the military thing where they say your kids, where the Defense Department regrets to inform you your kid's dead as shit. I have to take something off. Too much? Not enough? You know what? I feel like maybe this decision I've made it has not resulted in the somber moment that I was hoping for. Entering. I mean, I am giving people feed content. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Chat, this is happening. This is happening. We're gonna spell some cum! Oh my god! Oh my god! I didn't even notice that. It's spelling cum on the ground and it's spelling cum in the. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oops! I shot. Oh my goodness! Did I hit the wrong person? Did I hit the wrong person? I think I hit that right. Give me a second here. Let's try that again. Is that not who I'm supposed to be hitting? I'm confused now. Let's try this again. I'm confused. I thought we were going after public safety threats. Yeah, I guess I got one. I don't know. I thought I got all the correct ones. I'm doing great. I know, right? I'm helping out with public safety. And I don't get where this game gets off suggesting I'm doing this incorrect. All right, who in here is gonna put me out of my fucking misery? Oh God. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh, gee. Yeah, God damn it! Hello? What the f is this? What the hell is that?
In the ring, in the air, out of control!
WWF WrestleMania from NES!
8-man mayhem!
Did you see that?
Hulkamania, brother! Choose from 6 superstars!
Unbelievable combat!
No holds barred, anything goes action!
It's a slugfest!
2 wrestlers in the ring, brother! Kick from anywhere!
Total chaos!
Punch in 2 directions!
Complete mayhem!
Run at your opponent!
Amazing!
Spinorama!
WWF WrestleMania for NES! I inject steroids into my balls, brother!
Once again, I don't really think that was actual Hulk Hogan. I don't know, part of me, I don't know. In fact, if that's not the real Hulk Hogan, that actually means they're pretty based. Listen, I can abide fake Hulk Hogan's, just not the real one. Anyway, this is the Pimp Madness Tournament. Again, this year, it's all pandering to the furries. All the games are either furry or furry adjacent. We're in the final quarter of the opening round. Tonight's ongoing matchup of the 90s region is seeing the 4th-seeded Space Station Silicon Valley for the Nintendo 64 going up against the 5th-seeded Bloody Roar Primal Fury. You got what basically amounts to Grand Theft Furry going up against Bloody Roar, the fighting game with furries in it or some shit like that. Either way, this one definitely very high in some good stuff that I think a lot of my prime demographics would enjoy. Now then, gonna go and put the command in chat once again. Yeah, click through on that link and you make your thoughts known on the matter. Matchup runs for both the next 2 hours, and when it's all said and done, we'll know which of those two is going to advance to the second round where it will face Final Fantasy IX. Now, as things go, still lots of precincts to vote in here, and right now, as things stand, the score is tied. But I still think there's probably at least a solid 10 or 12 votes left to come in, so this one could still go either way. Yeah, now that's a policy we can get behind. Vote furry no matter ooh-woo, exactly. Listen, Queen Pib, not a furry, but #1 with furries. All right, now then. For anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Pib, Patricia, Enga, Volgach. You may also call me Trish. I'm the queen of retro, the queen of the ways of the old, the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. And though these breasts may be fake, the retro is real. That's a real analog 3D. We're using it to play WCW NWO Revenge for the N64. And at some point, I am gonna put a bookend on the political discussions because there's so much about this game I still want to talk about. I got like an hour and a half before I lose the East Coast. So, in order to keep things moving, we have our commitment to excellence here on the Queen Pib Show. We're the most professional, unprofessional operation out there, and as such, I need to make sure that we adhere to our standards and practices, which says green screening must be immaculate. No fixtures in the shot you're not supposed to see. And this chair I'm sitting on, you cannot be permitted to see. So if you'll just grant me one moment, I'll get it all checked into now. No more politics, only wrestling. Oh, don't worry, wrestling is still political. Just different kind of politics. All right, so let's see here. Oh, it feels good wearing the heels again. It feels very weird standing up when I'm wearing this stuff. All right, this is a little not fine. That part's not too bad. Then what about there? Yeah, that's pretty decent down there. So then all I gotta do is check and see what's going on back there. Am I still sure about there? Yeah, I think I'm sure. So now, what's going on back here? Anything good going on back there? Is it all covered up? Is it? I think it's all covered up. Yeah, it's definitely all covered up. Good. Perfect. There, chair's covered, and so is my ass in these leggings, I suppose. I actually do have the yoga pants on under it. I actually do. They're right there. I could keep going. I literally could. Like, I could. I mean, it would feel salacious to go all the way to France, but I could. I technically could. See, the thing that I find particularly interesting about this costume is most wrestlers back in the day, and I suppose the ones now, wearing an outfit like the kind I'm wearing now. So you know how he's got like the same pants on I do? He's got the design in the back and all the things on the legs. What they usually do is the male presenting wrestler will usually wear leggings, not terribly dissimilar to what you're seeing here, but then they'll usually wear a pair of trunks over the top of that, matching the design and also keeping things tucked in so they don't go anywhere. And this costume does not come with that, which isn't a problem for me because I'm femme presenting to the point where I don't have to worry about a hockey stick. But this is designed as a mask costume. And I'm wearing leggings under this. I guess what I'm saying is if you purchase this costume and you're not wearing a dancer's belt or equivalent, watch the f*** out. Because otherwise they are going to see your hockey stick. Again, I got like 5 Bret Hart figures. Can I also show off one more here while I have your attention? Here's Marlena with the stogie. Queen shit. She's completely non-posable, but it's Marlena with the stogie. Hell yes. You're not sure the skull is grinning so wide on the original. Yeah, no kidding. All right. Let's dive back into the championship. Let's go after... Yeah, let's do the Bret Hart thing and go after Mr. Perfect at Starrcade. Let's do that. So give me Bret. Give me Bret. Bret. Give me Bret with the black upper and the... Actually, let's do all blacked out Bret. Let's do that. So... again, going to be interesting this week to see if Dems want to rise to the occasion. Again, Senate Dems have threatened another government shutdown over ICE funding. We'll see how it goes. I mean, I have, listen, oh no, not Sting! Why do I gotta fight Sting first? Do I have a favorite wrestler? Fox Gray, it's Bret Hart. Gold Dust second. Not sure who's my third. Not sure. Oh my God, he starts out with his baseball bat. Jesus. Pib, when you set the difficulty to easy, did you actually hit the confirm button? Oh, I did. Ignore me then. All right, we now return to regularly scheduled programming. I just wanted to reconfirm that. Okay, who am I fighting next? Is this still Sting? Oh, okay. Who are you? You are... Oh, yes, Meng. But yes, in the meantime, and as usual, I want Democrats to do better, and I will continue to hold their feet to the fire, as anyone well should. And I mean, do not always threaten to withhold your vote if your politician isn't doing things that make you happy. Is it saying things that you want to hear? The tail does not wag the dog here. Demand better. Be willing to go down to the wire. That sort of thing. And also, I don't see a scenario in which Donald Trump makes it out of the year. And I'll give you some hopium. So Sam Cedar of the Majority Report, for the past couple of months, he's been keeping a period tracker on Donald Trump. Now you may go, why would you need to keep a period tracker on him? It's not literally tracking his period. Not literally in the sense that we've come to associate that term. So they've got him on some wicked drugs in order to keep him alive. And it usually manifests in the form of a hideous bruise on his hand. He usually goes missing for like a day or two, and then he'll reappear all full of piss and vinegar again with a very suspicious bruise on his hand. And he's been tracking those intervals because it's becoming a pattern of behavior. Apparently, he's having his periods, so to speak, more frequently. Not that button, this button. It's like, no, I don't need the gunshot. I need the suspicious evidence in LA Noire sound effect. So Donald Trump's equivalent of a period is happening way the hell more often. They're giving him the Jim Jones vitamin mix. They're giving him something. They're giving him something. And like I said, I'm sure it's not happening more often as a good thing. Reminds you of the Simpsons X-Files crossover. Right, like, it's like those annual cognitive tests he keeps acing. You know, the annual cognitive tests he's taking like 3 of in a fucking year. Can you imagine a year in which both Trump and Chucky both shuffle off? I mean, listen. God moves in mysterious ways. I believe that is the all-purpose catch-all. That sort of thing. I should probably start working on that sharpshooter. Again, his finisher is just a drop and then sharpshooter. I don't know if this is a more powerful sharpshooter or if it is just the standard sharpshooter. I don't know. Now, I will say once again that WCW NWO Revenge, its feature set is very limited, but I will never not be a mark for an Aki Core game that lets me play as the original Bret Hart. Yes, I've got creative wrestler versions of Bret Hart in both WrestleMania 2000 and in No Mercy. But they're not correct. They're not super correct. They're the kind where if you just squint at it, it's kind of go, yeah, I guess it kind of looks like Bret Hart, but it's not Bret Hart with the skulls, with the hearts, with the pink lightning on it. This one is. I will always at least have room in my heart for this game solely because of that. Can we put the entire administration in pillories? I mean, again, now this is a policy some other people have, and I'm not saying they're wrong for holding this position, but a lot of them have been of the opinion where, okay, so when this administration is not in power, anything less than Nuremberg 2.0 is unacceptable. And I'm like, I mean, they're not wrong. They're not wrong. What is that JFK quote from Call of Duty? Our ability to respond must be and has to be massive in order to deter all future forms of aggression. Which wouldn't actually deter anything, but, you know, to get us a solid 5 minutes. Like, the way you stop all these things from happening, the way you stop right-wing populism from rising is by actually having politicians that actually seek to placate everyone's material needs. Because if that was done, we wouldn't have to worry about all this other bullshit that could be used to separate us. But then that's the point now, isn't it? Like, that's how you'll defeat the current iteration of what it is. You won't keep it down that way. It'll keep rearing its ugly head so long as the materials that the conditions that existed in order to create it still persist. It's like it's like sin in Final Fantasy X. It's about breaking the cycle. And if and until we break the cycle, we can put it down for a while, but it ain't going away forever. And that's why we have to keep these things moving. It's why we have to keep nudging the needle back to the left in a left that works. Yes, capitalism requires hierarchical structures to function. Right. Someone has to be getting screwed by someone who can then screw someone else. What was it in Wayne's World? First he screws me, then he's... Wait, no, that's different. First he screws me, then he screws you. It's Dutch door action. Maybe it is. I don't know. Here is your winner. I just remembered that I could do an announcer voice. Bret Hitman Hart.
Well, somebody stop the damn match! Enough's enough!
All right, who's next? Goldberg again? Okay, fine, Bret. I guess just you have to go up there and beat the living piss out of him. Yeah, first they fuck it, then they screw you, right? Like this is an example that has been brought up in the wake of October 7th. If you want to permanently destroy Hamas, for instance, now let me finish. If you wish to permanently destroy Hamas, you have to destroy the reason for it to exist. If you remove the conditions that cause it to come into existence, then there's no reason for it to exist. That's how you destroy it, by giving it no reason to exist. And, well, what would be reasons that would prevent it from having to exist in the manner in which it does now? Palestinian emancipation would be a pretty good start. That'll point you in the right direction. If you do not understand your enemy's motivations, if you do not remove the social conditions that cause them to come into existence, they will come back. It's like that fucking tweet from way the hell back, or Skeet, whatever the hell it was. If you destroyed, and because I'm saying the statement literally, I'm going to change a term here, because I don't want to get clipped out of context. If you destroyed WCW, but you killed my whole family in the process, my first move would be to create WCW 2. If that makes any sense. That sort of thing. And that's why I'm also saying, yes, we must defeat fascism at home. But at the same time, if we somehow do accomplish that, we cannot rest our wig on our laurels here. We have to continue to demand better of politicians, to remove the conditions that allow that kind of hate and ignorance to proliferate. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves right back here, and God knows how long. The voting booth is not the end, it is the beginning. I think that's as close to a Jerry Springer last thought as you're going to get out of me. Hey, Goldberg, get over here! rope breaks. I mean, technically I'm going after his neck, but whatever. Yeah, you gotta rip the weeds out of the root or they'll just grow back. Said Rio to me, you know, if we just keep lawn mowing over the dandelions, they're just gonna keep growing back. Ah, but if you consider that if I let them grow really big, they'll be really easy to pull out. And she's like, yes, but if you consider they'll look incredibly unsightly until you do that. It looks like there's a bunch of dicks growing out of our lawn. I'm like, okay, I guess you make a compelling point. Maybe I should not wait so long. You hate that Gavin Newsom is the most likely Dem candidate. We are still years out. Lots of things can change between then and now. He's a governor from California. That's like being a prime minister from Quebec. You will always be brought down by scandal at some point. We ain't there yet. And okay, last thing before I go more than on the wrestling talk. The reason why people like me are so vehemently against Gavin Newsom in the wake of his repeated transphobic comments, his distaste for the homeless, and so forth. If you are willing to sacrifice someone, if you're willing to sacrifice a group of people, if you're doing one of those, the needs of the many are greater than the needs of the few. That is how genocides happen. If you make it easy to take out one, the rest too shall follow. Tweet back, hey Justice. If you're willing to throw trans people under the bus, who else are you willing to throw under the bus? How many more people? At what point does it become wrong? And so forth. I mean, it's an incredibly hammy quote from the trailer of Star Trek Insurrection, but here we are. How many people does it have to be before it becomes wrong? And I mean, I like to think we might be getting somewhere. I mean, the skeet making the rounds is like, you know, normies are pissed off because you've got accounts that are like movie TV superfan 27 saying things like, the tree of liberty demands watering. The old Tommy Jefferson quote, which I'm not going to sit here and venerate the fucking founding fathers. They're all goddamn slave owners who believed that freedom and rights were only applicable to white men. But hey, broken clock can be right twice a day. And the way the saying goes, the tree of liberty must be watered from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. On a completely unrelated matter, eat shit, Goldberg! Give me a good JR quote.
Well, somebody stop the damn man! Enough's enough! We need doctors out here. If somebody can get off their butt in the back and get some people out here.
That one works. That one works. There. I think I got most of the thoughts I wanted off my chest tonight. Now let's go beat the shit out of Coverboy. So this is Raven. How you doing, bud? So true story. I don't think he was that monumental a wrestler, but he's on the cover of this game. He's on the cover art of the cartridge. He's on the cover art of the box. And the way the story goes, apparently he only found this out a few years ago, is that one of the bigwigs who worked on this game was a Raven fan. So he was like, he's got to go on the cover. And I feel like that makes sense Because, like, if you look at the cover of the game, it's got, and again, I'm looking from here. So it's got Hollywood Hogan, Kevin Nash, Raven, and Goldberg. Like, I feel like you got to put Bret Hart on there. You got to put Bret Hart on there. Chat's like, you hardly seem like an impartial observer of who should or should not be on the WCW Nitro cover. And my counterpoint to that is f*** you, actually. The best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be. Put him on the fucking cover. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Come on, Ravens Path, and get back in the ring. Yes, quite the Raven Nethermore, exactly. Favorite heel manager? I'll say Chyna before she started wrestling. Because she was basically a manager at one point. Basically. I'll go with that. I know it's kind of a... Like, the thing is, like, if you had just said manager, I would have said Marlena. Because if you had just said manager, I would have said Marlena. And then it would have been, listen, where's Marlena? Every time Goldust is on screen and Marlena's not there, everyone should be asking, where's Marlena? And before you ask, yes, you can yeet Goldust's wig. So if you just said favorite manager, it would have been Marlena. For you, it's probably Heenan, but Stokely, Hathaway, and Don Callis make strong cases. Oh, well, there you go. You're making hummus at 2:30? Oh, that sounds delicious. Is it plain Jane hummus, or are you putting something special in it? The best hummus is always the one you make yourself. Now, okay, here's a story. My mother, she makes I think she started spicing up a bit, but she used to make, back when I lived near my parents, she'd make hummus a lot. She always made it from scratch. Always made it from scratch. Never bought it from the store. Always made it from scratch. And, but I was mostly used to her making a pretty plain Jane hummus, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't say it was like anything with any unusual flavor. It was just, if there was a brand generic flavor of hummus, that's what she was making. And I mean, it was good. It was very good. And at one point, I think I was like, I don't know, like, I think maybe at some point I had convinced myself that, like maybe it sucked or something. Like, surely there must be more to hummus than this. So, in the era before I knew better, I go to the grocery store and I buy a tub of Sabra hummus, plain. And then I eat it and I go, no, my mother's was way better than this. The best hummus is always the one you make yourself. Come on, Raven. Tap! Tap! Tap to the sharpshooter! Hummus is delicious. It's like a chickpea puree with a bunch of other stuff in it. I usually eat it with crackers. It's very delicious. And of course, you know, it's like anything else. It's an erector set. You could put other things in it. You could put seasonings, vegetables, that sort of thing. You could have, I mean, you could eat with crackers. You could dip vegetables in it. You could do that too. You wish you like hummus? Yeah, I know sometimes for some people it's a texture thing. I get it. I'm not a huge fan of zucchini. Hey, it's DDP with the gut injury. All right. You've heard Sabra hummus is as big as... Well, the thing is I believe Sabra used to be owned by an explicitly Israeli company. Now it belongs to a company based out of New York. Accounts vary on whether it is truly an Israeli thing or if it's just adjacent, but most people can agree that it sucks. And by and large, that's the most important part. Store brands never use enough garlic, indeed. All right, now get down there. Get out of here. There you go. But yeah, for some folks, it's the texture, and I get it. That's kind of what, I like hummus, but I prefer to have it with crackers because it gives it a crunch. Like, I can't do it with like bell peppers or carrots or stuff. Like, I need like a baked crunch to go along with it. I can't do like hummus and vegetables. It doesn't work for me. Now then, get over here. Also, what's the score in the football game? Past to go in the Super Bowl, I have to pay attention to this. 3 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Seahawks are up by 4 and have the ball. Interesting. I'm just going to put this out there now. 2 weeks from now is the Super Bowl. I'll have to make that the next programming note. So Sunday, February, what the fuck is it? By the way, Daniel, you've been here for a hot minute. Hey, how you doing? Sunday, September 8th. No, February 8th. Fuck me. Sunday, February 8th is the Super Bowl. We will be doing a tie-in show. That show will begin at European-friendly hours so as to not overlap with the actual Super Bowl event. That's not the Diamond Cutter. Steal his Diamond Cutter. So yes, we will do a superfluous Bull tie-in show. It just, it'll be over before the game starts. Desert hummus is easy, but look up editable chickpea cookie dough recipe. Ooh. Interesting. Now that I could get behind. I am intrigued. I am sufficiently intrigued. So yeah, to harp back on this point specific to the game, WCW NWO Revenge was generally critical consensus, not for the longest time the best N64 wrestling game, and arguably until SmackDown really got going, the best wrestling game, period. Now, granted, this game came out in 1998. SmackDown didn't come out until early 2000, and no, I can't recall when No Mercy came out. I think it was like the later half of 2000. So as far as the N64 is concerned, this game was the undisputed champion of N64 wrestling for at least a 2-year span and for all time, depending on who you talk to. The reason why, some of the reasons it doesn't have the staying power for me personally, and why I would continue to insist that No Mercy is a superior game, it's twofold. It is reasons that have to do with me and reasons that have nothing to do with me. Again, I was not blessed with the ability to reliably watch WCW during the Monday Night Wars. So, usually, it was easier for me to reliably watch WWF Raw. Now, would I like to fix that someday? Yes. I am finding the old broadcasts wherever I can by by subscribing to name of paid thing that all of WWE's and related programming's on. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Definitely doing that. Yes, you won't have to be in the midst of insomnia to catch the Sunday show in 2 weeks. That's correct. Yes, I'm subscribed to all of the various services that have it, and definitely not something else. That thing, yes. And at some point, you know, maybe I'll binge some of it just to say that I did. Like, I don't know about you. I go through periods where I, like, obsess over a thing, and then I go balls to the wall for it for a while, and then it's like, I don't want to play with you anymore, and that's usually it for, like, 2 or 3 years. Like, I go through phases. I'm like, you know what? I'm all in on old wrestling right now, but that won't last forever. Nothing does last forever. But now I'm like, okay, I want to watch old wrestling, and I don't know, maybe new wrestling. Here is your winner, Booze. Hey, Brett, I don't mind that you won by submission, but you're supposed to be breaking his legs, not his neck. Come on, DDP's one of the good ones. He's a treasure. We have to keep him going so that he can do his best on this guy for as long as possible. Diamonds last forever? Yeah, you're right. They do. They certainly do. Oh yeah, this is another thing we need to fix. I'm not saying the diamond industry has to go, but we have to get us to a point in a society where it's just lab grown going forward. Just lab grown diamonds. All lab grown diamonds. We're not mining for them anymore. That's another thing that has to go away if we're gonna fucking make the world a better place. We have to stop abusing people to mine this shit. Now, critics could say, well, what if they want to mine the shit? I mean, you know, what if they want to extract it and make it all work? That's fine. But, like, let's not pretend for a minute here. Like, the thing is, like, I don't want an uncut gem situation. So, okay, it's not really a spoiler. So, the movie Uncut Gems has been getting a lot of talk as of late because of one of Northern Lion's famous little mini rants about cinema as a whole. There is a plot point in that movie has to do with an opal, which is a kind of precious rock, if I'm understanding correctly here. And the main character, played by Adam Sandler. Now, when I say it's an Adam Sandler movie, I don't mean it's an Adam Sandler movie. It's a movie with Adam Sandler in it. Like an actual movie. Like, if you're going in there thinking you're getting grown-ups, you're going to be very disappointed and confused. Anyway, the main character is trying to secure a big payday based off of an opal he acquired from Ethiopian miners that he stiffed. If you got rid of the dumb marketing around them, they'd be basically worthless, right? Like, like Crazy Jersey Lady said, lab grown or vintage, right? Like this ring I have on here right now, I don't know anything about it. All I know it was my grandfather's, but I don't think it's like I'm the grandson, okay? If there's like primo shit, it's probably not being passed down to me. But this was just a ring that he had. It fits on my finger. It looks very nice. It says 10 karat on it. I assume that just means 10 karat plated, and it's got, I don't know. I assume that's a diamond. Maybe. I don't know. I actually don't. It could be a cubic zirconia for all I know. I don't know. It actually could be. I don't know. But it's vintage. You have a marble of lapis lazuli, a Pokemon card from Rose Quartz, and you're happy with those, right? Like, I don't want to sit here and say you're not allowed to like pretty rocks, but holy fuck, that could do with a lot of improvement. Like, like, I have a ring on order. A nice ring. I'm wearing these things. These are $15, $20 Amazon things. These are things I'm wearing to figure out if I can wear a ring on my right hand and not destroy it. That's what these things are doing here. This is $15, $20 Amazon crap. And, oh yeah, you can reset old stones. Oh yeah. And the thing I'm getting, it's, you know, Valentine's Day's around the corner, so all of the fucking mall tier jewelry stores are doing sales and shit like that. So I got a good deal. Very good deal. Like, it costs less than this analog 3D, I'll say that. And it has all lab-grown stones on it, and it has a very particular design. I'll show it to you when it arrives. I'm not gonna talk about the design or what inspired it right now. If you follow me very close on social media, you might have already seen a picture of it, but I'm not gonna say any more on the subject right now. Yeah, just go to a pawn shop and get as much diamond jewelry. Yeah, that too. I mean, every pawn shop is like, we've got all of the golds! Like, yeah, I mean, I think that's what my father-in-law does. Like, he's usually got a ring on every goddamn finger, and I'm pretty sure most of it doesn't come from an actual... I'm pretty sure it don't come from K Jewelers. But that would be an example of an industry that's like, no cruelty. Remove the cruelty. Compensate everyone involved fairly. And this is a point I also hamper on here. This one right here on the ring finger. This is my wedding band. It's actually a little different now. It was tungsten carbide, it still is, but now it's got like this stupid gold tone thing on it because I kind of wanted a gold tone wedding band. And there's a carbon fiber inlay because all of the carbon fiber is cool and shit like that. This costs $20. The jewelry store in the mall will try and sell it to you for $200. I'm here to tell you, the one you can buy on Amazon, this is my ring finger, not my middle finger. The one you can buy on Amazon for $20 is the same fucking ring. It's all tungsten carbide. It's all the same fucking ring. You don't have to go to K Jewelers or Sales and spend $200 or $300 on a tungsten carbide ring with a carbon fiber inlay. The one on Amazon is exactly the same. You went to an indigenous people store to look around. Oh yeah, they got good shit. They got good shit in those stores. Very good shit. Many such examples. Anyway, the important thing is that Bret Hart needs to tap out Scott Hall. But he ain't gonna be able to do that in the damn corner with the rope break going on. So, again, this game was the brand generic for wrestling on the N64 for the longest time. Now I do enjoy WWF WrestleMania 2000. In fact, that's the game we'll be playing starting on Wednesday and Thursday. But I don't think I could go so far as to say that it is the brand jerk. I mean, certainly not in a world where No Mercy exists. I will say that it has a better feature set than this game does. I mean, it has an actual career mode, which this game doesn't really have. This game is sort of the old school. I mean, this is sort of the same thing that WWF Warzone had, where it was, all right, here's a ladder made from X amount of wrestlers on the thing, beat them all, and you become the champion of the world, or some bullshit. And this game's doing the same thing with like the various belts. WrestleMania 2000 doesn't have this per se, but what it does do is it has sort of like a more traditional career mode. Sort of akin to what was in SmackDown, but maybe not as feature-rich. Also what was in WWF Attitude, which is the mode we didn't really bother with because there's a lot about WWF Attitude for the N64, PS1, and Dreamcast that wasn't really worth dealing with. I think we can all agree with that. You found a way to make that much hummus? Good. Very good. Be careful with rings made of hard materials. Remember, if you have the hospital and something's wrong with the finger, it's too hard to cut off right. Well, that's why, one, you make sure you get your finger measured, and there's ways to do that. And two, the ring is so inexpensive that if you have to size it up or down, it's $20. Like, I usually wear an 8.25 on my ring finger. This is an 8. It still fits. I think I can still reliably get it off. Oh. Okay, I gotta do some twisting. But I do need to... I screwed up, and the problem is when you've been wearing the same ring for 7 or 8 years, you forget what the size is. So I do need to get one that's an 8.25 sometime. But it's inexpensive enough that you can just hedge your bets and order 3 of them around the same size and give or take a position and go, oh, okay, it's this one, and you know, if I go one way, I wear this one. If I go the other way, I wear the other one. But if you get a swelling injury, right. Yeah, that too, I suppose, yes. That being said, the paramedics have to chop it off. I'm only out $20. If they have to chop this one off, I'll be probably out a little bit more. Well, I didn't pay for it. It was my grandfather's. He would be out. You wear tungsten, it can easily be cracked with a set of vice grip pliers. Oh, sure. Well, that's the thing. Like, gold is a soft metal. It can take dings in it, but tungsten carbide is firmer. So if it takes damage, it'll crack. That's the trade-off for the firmer material. Because, yeah, gold is very susceptible to getting dings in it. I mean, this thing's got a couple of dings and scratches in it. But that's the trade-off. But at the same time, too, like I said, it's not cost prohibitive. That sort of thing. Now, I am looking forward to getting to WrestleMania 2000, namely because I think it represents when I think the WWF was at the apex of what it was capable of doing creatively. The one thing that kind of sucks is, like, by 1999, and I'll probably relitigate this on, don't do the schoolboy roll-up. I'll probably relitigate this on Wednesday. But, like, by the time the really good N64 games for WWF started coming out, I would say the apex of Stone Cold Steve Austin's career had already happened. Like, Austin McMahon had already wrapped at that point. In fact, depending on where you are in 1999 and 2000, they're actually turning McMahon into a face because he's beefing with Triple H, who's stripping his daughter. So then it's a shame that, like, the really good games started coming out when Austin was on his way out. Like, that's the only thing I don't like, is that it took that long for the wrestling games of the 5th generation to start clicking. They didn't start clicking until Bret Hart had already shuffled off to WCW and Austin McMahon had already wrapped. And here's another thing that pisses me off. I hate that Dustin Rhodes' career flip-flopped between the two promotions in such a way that he's not present on any of the fucking Aki Corp games. He left for WCW too late to get into these games. And then he went to WCW when the WWF games started coming out from the Aki Corp. He missed every single one of them. Like Chris Jericho, Chris Benoit, by virtue of the way their careers went, managed to be in all 4 of the Aki Corp wrestling games released in North America. Granted, one of those people is held in slightly higher regard than the other for reasons that seem to involve a double homicide. But you get the idea. Meanwhile, Dustin Rhodes is like, oh, wow, those are good games. I'm going to be bouncing between the companies in such a way that I'm in none of them. That too, Clockwork, yes. Your partner comes from one of those bizarre old English aristo families that still has the tradition of each member getting a gold signet ring with a family crest when they come of age. No damn one in the family by the time they got into baptismals, of course, just the rings. Oh, well, it is what it is. I mean, yeah, the ring I've ordered is technically a signet ring. It sort of has a logo. Sort of. I'll talk about it when it arrives. See, I'm building up hype for a stupid meme thing that also costs me money. Also, Scott Hall taps, but it's not to the sharpshooter. Hart, are you turning heel here in the WCW? Who's next? Oh, hey, Big Boss is here. Oh, I'm sorry, Riggs. I'm sorry, I thought you were Big Boss. You could see how someone could get confused and think that. As part of your family's Irish, you keep threatening to pinch the ring off as offer as reparations. Oh, there you go. Now, I could still try and make gold dust in No Mercy, but like it would never look right because there's no option to do gold paint. Also, this music. Wish the crowd wasn't so loud. You'd be able to hear it better. Maybe if I just... Let's go step outside for a second. Never mind, that doesn't improve things. I was like, can I engineer a situation where like not much noise happens? Well, if I get away from him, but then he starts taunting, the crowd goes wild, the referee starts trying to count me out, it wouldn't work. Yeah, Big Boss versus The Hart. The Hart, the. So are you coming in here or what? Yeah, this is, again, background music in these games is pretty solid. Now, the other thing too about this game is it doesn't feel, if this makes any sense, it doesn't feel as Japanese. Now, it feels a little bit more like it's intentionally designed with the North American audience in mind. Now, one could say, well, what the heck do you mean that WCW NWO World Tour wasn't designed with a North American audience in mind? It's because it's a very Japanese game with very Japanese stylistic cues and very happy music that I would more closely associate with traditional Japanese gaming than, let's say, anything that North American companies were making at the time. And the choices this game makes in terms of presentation getting a little closer to not being, let's say that. And by the time we get to No Mercy, it's very decidedly fully. You would look at it and you wouldn't get anything other than, oh, well, this is just pure Attitude Era wrestling. There's no international trappings in this whatsoever. Now, I'm not saying that having it is bad or that not having it is bad. I'm just saying that it marks a transition in the product. Brett! So, wait. He gets his head into the turnbuckle, gets away from it, then suffers the head cut? I thought they didn't play it in WCW. What are you doing? For those who are unaware, in this context, any of you remember watching wrestling and then, oh my goodness, the wrestler has suffered a grisly cut on their forehead. They're bleeding everywhere. This too is part of the presentation. The practice used to be that if the wrestler needed to look like they had suffered a grievous injury, they would simply take a razor and slash their forehead. It's not the safest practice. My understanding is that this has obviously since fallen out of favor, and that's good. Especially if you're that Abdullah the Butcher guy, but that's the whole separate discussion. Make him tap! Make him tap! And as I stated earlier for the East Coast audience, but maybe the West Coast audience didn't catch this, the reason why we haven't transitioned in the broadcast over to doing a Japanese equivalent of this game is because this game does not have a Japanese equivalent. It was purely designed with the North American market in mind. Now, the next one, Virtual Pro Wrestling 2, does have an American counterpart in WrestleMania 2000. Like I said, when we get there, I'll show you. You will become learned, I can assure you. Each time that ref pops in like Toasty Guy, it scares you, as it well should. You have a finisher I can steal? Pump handled powerbomb? Okay. Here is your winner, a man covered with ketchup chip sauce. Oh my God. So you mean ketchup, right? Yes. Yes, that's clearly what I mean. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, Solid Snake one, right. All right, this is one of them Bagwells, or is that the antivirus guy? Oh, it's the antivirus guy. We're gonna have to introduce some malware that he can't do anything about. By the way, did TikTok ever start working again? No, I'm looking over here for a second. Oh, it's still fucked. Like, okay, here's another fun topic. So, my understanding is that TikTok has indeed completed a sale of its U.S. operations to a group led by Larry Ellison, who owns Oracle and is a Trumper. Lots of people are using it as an excuse to vacate TikTok, and I'm going to stick around, but I'm not going to sit here and say, you got to stay on. I don't care. If it's a fridge too far for you, by all means. I have never had location services enabled on any app. I always turn that shit off. And like I said, I like making small videos, short videos. And I got to find somewhere to find people for y'all to play with. I mean, Twitch ain't great for discoverability. I want to find you more friends. That all being said, I think there's something wrong with the internet today because I uploaded today's TikTok 8 hours ago. And let me check here. Is it still sitting in processing? Yes, it still says post is being processed. So something is deeply wrong with either TikTok or large portions of the internet today. I don't suppose it has anything to do with the fact that most of the country is frozen over into hell. Like, I was looking at the Postal Service website on Friday, and I've got to pull this up here. You know, sometimes some websites, it's like if we have service interruptions or whatever, it's like this big banner across the top of the screen, right? It's like, hey, such and such and such and such, you may have delays in service or some bullshit like that. I look at the United States Postal Service website on Friday, and I shit you not, it says, alert! Winter weather in the Southeast, Great Plains, Midwest, Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, Southeast, and Northeast regions of the U.S. may delay final delivery of your mail-in packages. Bro, just say everywhere east of the Rockies is faster. Listen, unless you're in the Pacific Northwest or the West Coast, you ain't getting your shit on time. I'm not even joking about this. This is literally what it looked like. It's like just say everywhere east of the Rockies is fucked. I've been handed this in admin chat. Remember when, if some of you, any of you were here earlier, recall when I said that Goldberg is just wearing trunks and somehow it looks less salacious than Fit Finley's onesie? Courtesy of Very Pink Penguin. Basically, my thoughts visualized. Love that. Anyway. You didn't get to watch wrestling as a kid at the time. It was All Goes to the Sky, which your parents did get under the principle, fuck Rupert Murdoch. I mean, always and forever, fuck Rupert Murdoch, and I can get behind that. Like, I only got to watch so much of it for two reasons. One, I've told this story before, but I'll say it. I'll tell it again. Used to be in Canada, starting in 1996. Since I lived in Atlantic, Canada, the channel was called ATV, aka Atlantic TV, but it was basically a network affiliate of CTV. And beginning in 1996, they started showing pro wrestling shows. Not live. It would always be on days in which they weren't actually occurring. Though I think sometimes they would show the Saturday night events. I don't know if they were like a week delayed or if they were the actual simulcast, like WWF Superstars, Shotgun Saturday Night, and whatever WCW's equivalent was if they had one. Or if they just showed, maybe they just showed Nitro. I can't remember. But I seem to remember that there was a way to watch both WWF and WCW on CTV in Canada in 96. And a little bit into 97. And I think it was mostly on Saturdays and Sundays. And then I could watch this guy. Because right about the time I started watching is when Bret Hart was coming back from a hiatus and was being challenged by Stone Cold Steve Austin. And then they fought at Survivor Series, and then they would keep fighting, and then so on and so forth. That's about the time I tuned in. And eventually, the Attitude Era eventually began proper, and the programming started becoming more salacious and perhaps not the sort of thing Bell Media wanted to broadcast during daylight hours. So it eventually moved live over to their sports channel, TSN. Which is like, think Canadian ESPN, essentially. So they would broadcast it. I lived in Atlantic, Canada, so it meant the broadcast didn't start till 10 o'clock. So I didn't really get to watch it then. I could tape it because we had the VCR we had at the time was capable of, I want to say back then, TSN was channel 22. And the VCR I think we had that we could use to watch some things might have, actually now I'm not sure. Like I can't remember if we were actually if we were able to figure out how to get it to tape channel 22. So once it became reliably on TSN, I wasn't able to watch it quite so much. I think eventually we figured out how to get it to tape channel 22. But the problem it was before 9/11, second season Survivor, so I want to say that's 2000, either late 2000 or early 2001. My parents decided they're done paying for cable TV. So, there goes my ability to watch wrestling. Unless I give a videotape to one of my friends in school and have them tape it off for me, which did happen for a while. It was like, hey man, here's the tape. Can you tape Raw for me so I can watch it? Kids these days will never know. Now they can have a tablet on their, an app on their tablet. The app of whatever it is WWE is on these days. And they can watch all this shit live. I had to take a video cassette and find someone at school who was willing to program their VCR for me. I didn't even pay attention to who this guy is. Who is this guy? Who am I beating the shit out of right now? So from about the year 2000, my ability to watch WWF takes a bit of a nosedive. I mean, I still remember watching enough of it that I can remember certain key things. Like, Edge telling everyone when he was feuding with Kurt Angle that we can all practice our "you sucks." Again, I vividly remember this one angle where Trish Stratus was feuding with Molly Holly because Molly Holly was doing like a healed, prudish character. And Trish was trying to make it so that, I guess, like if she beat Molly at a pay-per-view or something, she had to wear a thong. I never did get payoff on that, though. Never did. I don't know if she actually did it. I may never know. All I know is the promo in which she was making that wager also included Trish Stratus pulling off down her drawers and showing off her own bum cheeks. I don't think that guy tapped. I think he just heard Trish Stratus' bum cheeks and decided he wanted to see them. Uncle, I want to see them, as any of us would. Does anyone have that one on YouTube? Any chance of that one? Maybe if I just look up Trish Stratus, Molly Holly. Okay. Oh shit, it is here. Okay, this is the promo. I think it's... Is it... Okay, I can't show the whole thing because whoever the hell owns WWE gets very pissy when you use clips of their shit. So maybe I can only show a little bit of it, but honestly, this is the most relevant part anyway.
Well, then you're gonna have to wrestle in one of these.
Whoa! No! JR, no!
Fine. I'll see you in the ring.
Look at that!
I mean, Trish Stratus, baby, I love you. Molly's dumpy is even bigger than yours. Hey, Decade. Van Hammer? Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, Lola damn near has an aneurysm of being able to see Trish's booty. Again, as any of us would. Oh, my God. It's time for the U.S. Heavyweight Championship against Mr. Perfect, Coit Henning. I know there's lots of talk. Well, I shouldn't say that. He is someone who should have had the world title put on him at some point. Like, there's 3 glaring instances of wrestlers I can think of who never got to hold the world title in their promotion, and honestly should have at some point, but it just never happened. And I'll tell you 3, and I'm gonna name them off and then go, yeah, that's the 3 I probably would have come up with. Curt Hennig, like I said here, never got to be world champion. I mean, the thing is, too, all the names I'm going to give you are all wrestlers who have passed away. So there's no way to do it, now, because they're no longer with us anymore. Curt Hennig's one of them. I believe, I believe he's passed away. Roddy Piper never got to be world champion either. And Scott Hall / Razor Ramon never held the world title either. Now, to me, I don't mind that Roddy Piper never got to be champion. I don't mind that Mr. Perfect never got to be champion. And I don't mind that Razor Ramon never got to be champion. What I do mind is all 3 of them never got to be champion, if that makes any sense. Feels like one of them should have been able to be world champion. Now, again, as has been correctly pointed out, world champion is a story plot device. It is not necessarily an indication of someone's actual wrestling acumen. And you're like, wait a minute, are you telling me that the belt that's been placed on both Vince Russo and David Arquette might not be based entirely upon wrestling acumen? Oh no! What if none of them are any good at this? He won the AWA one, right? Yeah. But like, if we consider either the WWF or the WCW, none of them got to be world champion. And Bret Hart was like 5 times, I think. Yeah, face Piper with the belt would have been something. Yeah. That too, a decade. Oh yeah, like there's lots of legendary shit out there. And again, the counter argument, which I know has been made in some of these cases, especially when it pertains to Roddy Piper, is Roddy Piper put butts in seats. Anytime Roddy Piper was on the card, maybe as the undercard or the main event, those shows sold out. He was the draw. So if you have the drawing spectrum, right? On this end, you have, let's say on this end, you have nobody. And over here, you have, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Over here is Disco Inferno, over here. And over here is Roddy Piper. Was Lex Luger ever? I don't know. Like I said, I have blind spots in my repertoire because I've only experienced so much of it. Yeah, and again, that story I told you about me not having cable between the years of 2000 and 2005. That's also why there are other holes in my pop culture repertoire. Because, like, when was I supposed to fall asleep at night watching much music or whatever? We didn't have cable TV. I could get what I could get, though, sometimes, we had antennas, though. So the VH, and remember, this is still analog television, so you had the VHF antenna and the UHF antenna. If it rained something wicked, I could pick up the audio of TBS. So, like, if they were on their James Bond kick, I'd be like, oh my God, I'm hearing License to Kill. I can't see it. It's all fucking static, but I know License to Kill is being played. Come on, Kurt Hennig. Tap to the sharpshooter. Come on, Mr. Perfect. For once, don't be so perfect. Damn, he's gonna take more than one. He's gonna rope break out of this one. It went back to Hogan like always in '96. Yeah, doesn't that just make fucking sense? But yeah, Roddy Piper was always legendary. It's just a shame you didn't get the story MacGuffin as the cherry on top. Tap! Trish Stratus's butt! Damn, that usually works. Oh shit! Uh-oh. Help! I think he's defending himself somehow. All right, he's going down now. Well,
somebody stop the damn man! Enough's enough! No, don't do this. Enough is enough. What did we just see? What did we just see?
Here is your winner and new United States champion, whatever the that means, Bret Hitman Hart.
Hell yeah. Yay. Oh, wait, no, it's, yeah, the U.S. heavyweight belt with Bret Hart. Yay. Now go get the World Heavyweight Championship. We had to fight 9 people to get that thing. Ah. Oh, I gotta look at the... They finished that damn game. All right, so super... I guess I've never actually bothered to get one of the belts. Well, I haven't seen the credit sequence before. All right, so we're doing Patriots-Seahawks Super Bowl once again. All right, we'll see how that goes. You know what? I'll let this credit sequence run. Why the hell not? I normally don't announce this another 5 minutes, but fuck it, this is as good a time as any. Our next scheduled broadcast will be Wednesday night. 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. We will be moving on up to the WWF. Well, that's a cute picture in the corner. We will be moving up to the WWF era of the AccuCore Wrestling Games. On Wednesday night, and indeed also on Thursday, we will be playing WWF WrestleMania 2000 and Virtual Pro Wrestling 2 might make an appearance. Figured I'd put that out there. The Japan promotion in the 90s were no slouches either. The 92 All-Japan Triple Crown match between Mitsuharu Misawa and Stan Hansen along with... Yeah, I remember Stan Hansen. We gave that guy a bunch of power bombs on Sunday night. I remember that. I specifically remember that. We were doing that as Vader. Anyway, Along with the 96 match between Liger and Great Muta, which introduced... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean... Like, I think modern WWE sucks. I think it sucks big ones. Now, that being said, if I wanted contemporary wrestling in the year of our boobs 2026, I don't have to go to WWE to get it. I can get it from any number of promotions, stateside, local, and around the world. Because go figure, Vince McMahon, though... I'm paraphrasing a line that Bia Bombshell once said of RuPaul and RuPaul's Drag Race. Vince McMahon is the... I'm trying to remember the exact phrasing here. Vince McMahon was the landlord of wrestling. But he is not anymore. Because he's out on his ass! Something like that. This is a credit sequence, all right. It sure is. Also, it's a crying shame we never got a final season of Glow. There, I said it! We never got that final season of Glow. It's fucked up. Very fucked up. I mean, my Red Scare outfit is based off that show. Why is Vince out on his ass? Two reasons, Robbie Bear. One, he sold his stake of the WWE to, what is it called? RKO, TKO, whoever the hell it is that owns the UFC now. I like to say it's RKO because it makes it sound like it's an old cartoon from the 1920s. So he no longer owns the company. So it means, yeah, TKO. So it means he's no longer in charge of it. And two, like right after the sale went through, one of his lawsuits for sex trafficking came out. And he was immediately, basically, he immediately got the Crispin Watch treatment. They basically went, Vince McMahon, I don't know who that is. I've never heard of him. Which is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Yes, persona non grata. The old, I want him manning a radar tower in Alaska by the end of the day. Just mail him his clothes. Glow is one of many shows that Netflix canceled, and yet they're going to be the... Look, that's the thing. Like, the joke used to be that on Fox, shows got canceled too early for people to come invest in them. And then here comes Netflix literally stealing that bit. I mean, Netflix is now unironically doing this Family Guy bit. I mean, this credits is running, so fuck it. What do I care? Oh, this one's with pictures. Oh, cool.
Everybody, I got bad news. We've been canceled.
Oh, no. Peter, how could they do that?
Well, unfortunately, Lois, there's just no more room on the schedule. We've just got to accept the fact that Fox has to make room for terrific shows like Dark Angel, Titus, Undeclared,
I like Titus.
Action, That 80s Show, Wonder Falls, Fastlane, Andy Richter Controls the Universe, Skin, Girls Club, Cracking Up, The Pits, Firefly, Get Real, Freaky Links, Wanda at Large, Costello, The Lone Gunman, A Minute with Stan Hooper, Normal, Ohio, Pasadena, Harsh Realm, Keen Eddie, The Street, American Embassy, Cedric the Entertainer, The Tick, Louie, and Greg the Bunny.
Is there no hope?
Well, I suppose if all those shows go down the tubes, we might have a shot.
Well, you'll be surprised to hear. Yeah, that was the bit they immediately went in when they got back from being canceled. The original Glow. Oh, yeah. I know the original Glow of which you speak. That, too. Because, yeah, Glow, the Netflix show, is based off Glow, the actual show. Okay, that's it. I get the point. I'm tapping out on this. Oh, Tommy Tallarico was in there? Well. You miss Family Guy? See, I thought I did too. Like, every once in a while, I'll bust out an old Simpsons episode from, like, anywhere, like... I'm a little bit more generous with when the Simpsons started being shitty than other people. I accept that, like, there's good episodes up to, like, the 12th season. After that, I just don't acknowledge anything past there. But, I mean, there's other people like, no, it stopped being good far earlier than that. I'm like, you're wrong. You're not wrong. You can have your opinion. But, like, a lot of old Simpsons holds up. Like, there isn't a lot of yikes stuff. But Family Guy... Oh. Like, I have, we had old Family Guy DVDs, like the first 3 seasons, and I started trying to rewatch it. I don't think I got out of the first season. For every, my God, this house is freaking sweet, there's like 10 misogynist jokes, gay jokes, transphobic jokes. It's like, oh wow, this aged like milk. Old Simpsons aged like fine wine. Old Family Guy, not so much. Well, here it seems we live in a good world where the title was put on Roddy Piper. I'm gonna come take it from Bret Hart. Get your butt back up here. You're gonna do this in your, you're gonna do the same outfit I'm wearing. Yeah, comedy is an evergreen. I mean, it was the product of its time, and by and large, I think that's where it should be left. You feel like all Family Guy episodes these days are just them trying to recapture the magic of the Star Wars parodies. They keep making parodies of other shows. Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, I remember in, wow, I gotta fight this jobber first? Wow, that's something. Damn, Hogan. How the mighty have fallen that I'm facing you first on my quest for the heavyweight title. I'm gonna take pleasure in this one. So, Hulk Hogan, we don't get to have unions in the WWE because of you. The jabroni, Hulk Hogan. I'm gonna take pleasure in this one. Very special pleasure in this one. You bastard. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, them trying to recapture the magic of the Star Wars thing. Like, to me, to be quite honest, back in the day, I considered the cutoff point. Now remember, this was back then, so it's entirely possible that my opinion has shifted to become even earlier. But to me, Family Guy peaked after the trio of episodes that they put into a movie. Stewie Griffin, The Untold Story, which it's also 3 different episodes that they just cut over, but it's basically a movie. And to me, that was the peak, and everything after that is, well, what do you get to after a peak? Hey, Hogan, you have a weenie finisher, right? Yeah, you do. Asshole. But yeah, I do recall I did very much enjoy the Family Guy Star Wars parodies, but you could tell that they didn't really mean to do the whole trilogy. Because, like, honestly, like, first one was good. Second one was banger. Third one, they were clearly just going through the motions. And, I mean, the opening crawl for the Family Guy version of Star Wars Return of the Jedi was basically on the same page of that. Okay, so I can't have the Star Wars theme playing during it because copyright police being what they are, but I do have my version I ripped because I have the DVDs of it. Give me 2 seconds here. Maybe I'll just play some Star Fox music. Let's see, standard. Family Guy presents some. It's a Trap. Mute it. Send it over here. Pull up some Star Fox music that'll have to stand in for it. Star Fox. Do I? Yeah, Star Fox Assault. Give me main theme original. Yeah, there you go. This'll do. Oh, hang on, I gotta fix the framing. Go over there. There we go. Anyway, there you go. Yeah, you get the idea. Hogan, you jabroni! Yeah, I mean, Seth MacFarlane's not perfect, but, you know, once in a while he can get something right. Once in a while. I mean, you know, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. Not the least of which this guy. Tap. Actually, don't even tap. Do what? You know what? Because here's the other thing Bret Hart would do anytime he was a heel. He would apply the sharpshooter. The opponent would tap, but then he wouldn't break the hold. Make him tap and then keep going. Shatter his leg into a million pieces so that he's reduced to just being a fucking shithead with one working leg instead of being a shithead with 2 working legs. Yeah, I heard that Orville show is really good, but he's also very... The man loved Star Trek, and basically his reason for creating the Orville was, well, they weren't making Star Trek. I mean, they are now, from what I understand. I've watched some of it. Haven't watched it in a hot minute. But yeah, he put up the show he wanted to see. Now then! Make him tap! And then don't break the hold! Break his leg and make him humble! Don't break... Bret! What part of don't break the hold isn't getting through? It's the concussion, isn't it? Okay, the concussion and the stroke. Okay, I'll let it pass, but next time you're in there with Hulk Hogan, you have to break both his legs. Both of them. Both of them. Listen, the world might fundamentally be a better place if you rendered both of Hulk Hogan's legs inoperable in 1998. He might have become a vastly different person. He might not have sold his incredibly regrettable racist things on a sex tape. He might not have partnered up with Peter Thiel to destroy independent journalism. The entire world might be changed. So what I'm saying is if we remember when I said I would invent a time machine and I would do one thing for serious and one thing for inconsequential? The inconsequential thing would go first. I said that I would go back to the Senate, the confirmation hearing for Linda McMahon as education secretary, and when Triple H drinks the water, he would do the thing where he would spit it everywhere and embarrass himself. Pib, why does that one go first? Because the second one, the serious thing will make it so that thing doesn't happen. Because the second thing is to go back in time to 1998 and have Bret Hart break Hulk Hogan's legs. The entire timeline would be so changed if his career was cut short so early. We might be living in a completely different world. I'm not even joking about the world being different. All right, next person is Barbarian. Welcome on in. Hey, Mr. Birth Dog, indeed. Oh, yeah, that too, Rachology, yes. Boycotting Star Wars till Disney, they reversed the decision. Yes. Do it, Jizz. And just have a good night. Mwah. And out you go. Now, I don't have any hatred for you. I have no hatred for you. I don't know who you are. I don't have any overt reason to have heat for you. So we'll just keep it clean, keep it above the belt. You block one of my moves, prepare to die. How dare you? There, knock me down again. I dare you. Knock me down again. Because you know what I'm going to do?
Grab his dick and twist it!
Oh my god, dude, this is an MMA fight, dude.
You twist that dick!
Twist this dude!
Twist his dick!
Oh my god.
Oh, dick twist!
Anyway, the important thing is that, again, this was the preeminent wrestling game for like a 2-year span. It does have a slight character creator in it. Very slight. We'll have a look when we're done here. I should have done it a lot earlier. Dude, that's me being unprofessional. It's not so much a character editor as it is you can theoretically change the outfits of some of the characters and maybe tweak like the colors. Like you could make Hitman's outfit here blue. Like there was a time when the Hart Foundation, Bret Hart and Jim Neidhart, they both wore blue onesies or blue outfits instead of pink. You could recreate that if you felt so inclined. You could make him, I think you could maybe have him wear Sting's garb. You got options. One thing though, it's very limited. Certain body types, certain outfits are restricted to certain body types. So for instance, you can't have Bret Hart wearing Neidhart's anvil outfit. It doesn't work that way. It's limited in that regard. When WrestleMania 2000 comes around, the character editor is a little better. It's not as fleshed out as No Mercy, but it's definitely better than the one that exists here. Because basically in this game, all you can do is you can change the whole outfit and the colors of the outfit, and then basically whether the character's wearing a mask or sunglasses or whatever. Like that's all you can change in this game. In that sense, it's quite similar to the character editor that was in Virtual Pro Wrestling 64. Because WCW NWO World Tour did not have that at all. Also, I need to have a peek over at Pib Madness, so I need to re-tout the matchup here. Oh, okay. This is the 15-minute warning here on Pib Madness here. Some evenings it's competitive and I have to re-tout the matchup, and sometimes it's a blowout and I don't even bother. It's not as one of those nights where you have 15 minutes left to get your votes, and if you have not already done so in the fight between Space Station Silicon Valley and Bloody Roar Primal Fury. 3 votes separate these two. I won't tell you which one's in the lead because you should find that out yourself, but this one is still pretty close. 4 people swinging in one direction could change history, or maybe it's just going to stay the way it is, but hey, this one's going down to the wire. This one's going to be like both the AFC and NFC title games that happened today. Going down to the ass end. So you may consider yourselves so informed. Now, because you're here late on a Saturday, like, now, you voted and did your part, do you get a sticker? No. You get to watch me submit this guy. Actually, I'll tell you what. You get to see Marlena again. You get to see Marlena. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really think the face looks like Marlena, but when her butt looks this good, who cares? Oh my God, like they even painted her nails. They painted her nails. The dedication. I say it's a figure, it's more like a statue. It doesn't, I don't think you can move the arms. And even if you could, it'd be stuck in this pose anyway. Terry Runnels did always have a very lovely butt. Come on. Tamp! Think of Trish Stratus's butt! Hell yeah. That shit is still working out. So, many of you have noticed that since I have emerged on this late 90s pro wrestling kick, that many of the looks have been pro wrestling related. Some of it has been existing looks reworked in such a way, and some of them are, as you can see, whole outfits that I purchased using the things in the tip jar. I'm not saying you have to throw in the tip jar. I'm just saying the tip jar paid for this. And you're like, did you plan all this going into it? I'm like, no, I'm literally making this shit up as I go. Literally making this shit up as I go. I'm not sure who I'm doing this week. I think I do have a referee outfit. I might do one of those on Wednesday and Thursday. And I don't know what the other day is going to be. I have some stuff coming in the mail. Like there's a Kurt Angle look I'm going to do, but the problem is we're not playing a game with Kurt Angle until at least next week. So it wouldn't do to play as Kurt Angle in a game in which Kurt Angle isn't in the game. But Pib, you're gonna dress up as Goldust at some point for games that don't even have Goldust in. Yeah, but it's Goldust. You should always dress as Goldust. Especially since you got proper gold face paint this time. So instead of giving yourself a very golden hue like your president of the United States, you can instead have proper gold-colored face paint on your face. If I do that again, I'll get a cease and desist order from the Secret Service. Don't get me wrong, it's a great look. I just wouldn't do it that way again. It was great. It took forever to put on and even longer to put off. The one I got is just like the white face paint I got for Sting. Went on easy, came off real easy. I will definitely bring back Gold Pib. Oh my God, Lex Luger is here. And he's here for me, it seems. Oh yeah? Well, get out of here. Get out of here, asshole. Now, Bret Hart, as you have well figured out from my grievances in this game, does not have a traditional finisher in this game. Yes, he can do the sharpshooter, but he can do the sharpshooter at any time, so it's not really a finisher that the spirit meter is building up towards. In these games, so when you get into a strong grapple, your spirit meter is at the special. If you strong grapple and flick the control stick, as you've sometimes seen me doing, you do your special or whatever special you would do in that context. And the same applies for back grappling as well. However, you can also instead press A and B at the same time and you'll do your opponent's finisher instead. So because I'm fighting Kevin Nash, if my spirit meter goes all the way up, I can just steal his jackknife powerbomb. Which, from what I remember in doing creative wrestlers in No Mercy and WWF WrestleMania 2000, very goated. I want to say, like when you're doing individual move sets in those two games, like they tell you what the power of the respective move is. Like it's done by lettering. So in WrestleMania 2000, it's like A through F. In No Mercy, it's S, then A through F. So anything that's S is like extremely goated. And the jackknife powerbomb is listed under S for extremely goated. So it does massive amounts of damage. And that was not the jackknife powerbomb. Your boyfriend loved Gold Pib? Hell yes. Gold Pib will return. Did Gold Dust get me into fashion? Nah, I just kind of figured it out myself. The one thing I will say about Gold Dust, for as much as I love Gold Dust, it might be kind of for the best that, I don't know, like, you can feel free to disagree with me on this, because I don't actually know. I am guessing that, because the thing is, when Gold Dust came in, it was played very much as a drag queen, and then when the Attitude Era picked up, the character went really unhinged. Went to some really interesting places. When he came back to the WWF in the 2000s, would it be a stretch to say that perhaps the character was neutered? Would it be a stretch perhaps to say the character was played less as a drag queen, is more of just an enigmatic individual who wears a lot of gold and black face paint? Which, while still perhaps very interesting, maybe not quite the product we were more used to in the 90s. Like Goldust never had the WWF title put on them, but then they didn't. There was only very rare instances in which they got to be a main eventer, which sucks, but it is what it is. Felt like he dropped the Hollywood star gimmick right. So like that's one situation where it's like when I have reverence, like I'm not like Dustin Rhodes is always a great wrestler. My reverence for Goldust is largely rooted in the 90s Hollywood star Goldust. Actually, you know what? That could have been a 3 count. I don't want the 3 count. I want to make him tap. I canceled that pin. It's like, I'm gonna make you tap. I deliberately canceled that pin. Because I want to make you, listen, we're playing as Bret Hart. Any instances of Bret Hart showing up in subsequent broadcasts will be in an unofficial sense. I want my official sharpshooters.
come on, he's got a family.
I don't care. His daughter is Tina Armstrong. I don't care. By the way, we weren't joking when we said Kevin Nash is in the Dead or Alive movie. I'll prove it to you in a minute. Kevin Nash, I need you to tap so I can prove to chat that you were in the Dead or Alive movie. You have to tap. Tap already! And don't rope break. Damn it, what did I just finish saying? Stop that! Stop that! And stop blocking my shit. Do it now. Do it now. Listen, just tap and I'll show off the Dead or Alive trailer. Do it! Do it! I'm not going to watch the whole trailer. Just let me see when we get to him in it. Remember only watching it because he was in it. It's basically what if Mortal Kombat, but lesser. And not as booblicious as you would hope for a Dead or Alive film. All right, someone's got the trailer here.
From international spies to elite assassins, the world's greatest warriors,
welcome to DOA,
have been brought together.
Fights can happen any place against anyone.
Hey, who's that? Who's that? Huh? Who's that? Who's that?
Against anyone.
For the ultimate competition.
Bring it on.
It's showtime.
Not now. I'm in my underwear.
Seems like you found yourself a special friend. We'll settle up tomorrow, sweetie.
But behind the competition, a secret technology is stealing their power.
Anyway, you get the idea. And you know what? I don't have a problem with this casting. Is it a porno? No, it's not a porno. I actually don't have a problem with the casting. Like, I know I'm rizzing him for it, but no, I don't have a problem with the casting. The character of Bass Armstrong is a wrestler, a very blonde wrestler. Enter Kevin Nash. By God, it's Sting! It's gonna be the sharpshooter versus the sharpshooter!
Business is about to pick up here.
Hey, you put that baseball bat down. You gotta hoist someone. I'm sorry, Sting. I have to do this. Now, is it a good movie? No. Is it fun to watch once? Sure. Sting looking like Kane. Yeah, apparently he was in the NWO Wolfpack. Don't ask me what that means. I have no idea. I was tuned out on WCW programming at this point. Couldn't tell you. But apparently he's gone anti-hero, I guess. I mean, the joke was everyone and their mom was in the NWO at some point. Chatters, look to your left. Now look to your right. Both of you are in the NWO. Or were in it at some point. Out you go. Sorry, Sting. You're a mensch otherwise. I just have to do this. I tell you what, though. I'm not going to make him submit to the sharpshooter. I will give him that. He will not be submitted to the sharpshooter. I think, however, much like Brett, I don't know if he has a strong grapple front to steal. I don't think he does. I'll see if he's got a good back grapple to steal. Nope, not. Oh, wait, no, that's mine. Okay, still trying to figure that out. You see, and I got to see if he's got like a decent back grapple to steal. Now, I believe the only finishers that can be stolen in any of these games, like no matter which one you're playing, are ones that are triggered by grapples. I don't think it's possible to steal ground specials, flying specials, running specials, or, well, maybe there is. I don't know. I never actually had the instruction manual for any of these games. Maybe, well, of course, that only does the instruction manual even mention it. You're a BWO guy. I can get behind that. I can get behind that. That's okay, Sable Mind. Hey, anyone from the BWO and the LWOs, well, welcome in here. I'll allow it. It can happen. Sorry, Sting. Again, look, hors d'oeuvres are hors d'oeuvres, and you got to go. Oh, at least you didn't get the nut punch. Good. And don't break him open either. That would be incredibly rude. Incredibly rude. I'll check it on Pib Madness here since the voting is now closed. By a final score of 22-21, there has been a late resurgence. Space Station Silicon Valley has defeated Bloody Roar Primal Fury to advance.
Oh my God in heaven! I just had an out-of-body experience!
Well, literally, that game is about having out-of-body experiences. Space Station Silicon Valley advances. That's okay. I think fighting game fans will survive because they've been eating pretty good for the last week and a half. I think you'll be just fine. In fact, between this and the Mortal Kombat meta that we relitigated right after Christmas, y'all have been eating just fine. Wait, I want to see what his back grapple finisher is. As I don't actually know. Come on, Sting, come here. You have a back grapple finisher? Yes, he does. Ah, yes, perfect. That is the correct finisher for him to have. And then you just take off the mask. Oh my God!
Oh my God! I just had an out-of-body experience!
All right, he's not tapping to the sharpshooter, but we're gonna do some damage. I will respect Sting enough to not make... Oh! Someone came to play.
This is gonna be a slobber knocker!
Someone's starting to count on things left, right, and center. Someone came to play. Yeah, exactly, Tofu, for when we get to the Wednesday night broadcast.
It's Wednesday night, and you know what that means. It's Wednesday night. Oh, son of a bitch.
Come on, Sting, get your happy ass back in here. Again, I'm not gonna make you tap to the sharpshooter. I will respect you enough to not make you tap to the sharpshooter. I will give you far more respect than Vince gave Brett. Listen, I feel like I can't not watch this one particular TikTok with... I can't do the show without watching this one.
I remember one night we were doing a house show in Muncie, Indiana.
No, it wasn't that one. This one?
A lot of people don't know this, but
this one
was actually a member of Al Qaeda.
No, not that one. Maybe it was this
one
one.
Night supported me over the years, so
yeah, it's this one.
I remember one night we were doing a house show in Muncie, Indiana, and they told all the talent to get there late because Vince and Sean were doing a candlelight dinner together in the locker room. And if you came early, you would hear them whispering sweet nothings in each other's ear before the show. I remember one night in the WCW when Bill Goldberg was about to go down to the ring and he was making fun of orphan children. There was one night in the WCW when Hulk Hogan and the NWO guys were sitting on a bench before the show beating up homeless people. My big thing was that I didn't want to drop the belt in Montreal because of all my fans that had supported me over the years. So I told Vince I'll drop it anywhere but Montreal, but I also don't want to drop it in the US either because I have a lot of fans and I've been a hero to the US fans. And then I also told him I didn't want to drop it in Italy because there's a lot of love in Italy for the Hart Foundation. And I also don't want to drop it anywhere on Earth because I've been on Earth my entire career and people love me there. And, you know, a lot of Bret Hart fans on Earth. But if we could have done Survivor Series on Mars, I would have been happy to drop the belt. I remember one night we were doing a house show in Muncie.
All we had to do was hold a Survivor Series on the moon. Should have just done that. For those who are unfamiliar with the Montreal screw job, I'll explain it on Wednesday. It is literally too late in the evening for, you know what, fuck it, we'll do it now. I still got 20 minutes to film, what the hell do I care? So, Bret Hart is the WWF champion in late 1997. He has also recently been signed to a 20-year contract with the WWF that gave him $1 million a year. Unfortunately, at that point, WWF is getting cumstered by Eric Bischoff's and Ted Turner's WCW. And Vince McMahon becomes convinced that he can no longer afford to honor Bret Hart's contract. But it's a 20-year contract, so he's like, any chance you want to maybe see if Ted Turner will give you a pile of money? And he negotiates a deal with Ted Turner to join the WCW. A rate that I believe was $2.5 million a year. So a significant pay increase. Now the problem is at this point, Bret Hart's holding the title. And before he leaves, he needs to drop it. Because these two promotions, it is not considered good form, or it's not something they would want to see a champion in one promotion turn up in another promotion with their belt, because that had happened before with Medusa dropping the WWF Women's Championship in a wastebasket on a live broadcast of Nitro when she moved over there. So the way the deal went was that Bret Hart had to fight Shawn Michaels for the title at Survivor Series in Montreal in 1990, late 97, like November or some shit like that. And the way the deal went before is like, look, Bret Hart and Shawn Michaels really did not like each other. Really hated each other. Like, they would actually probably hit each other in matches. The way the deal went was that Bret Hart refused to drop the title there. It is apparently the only time in his career in which he refused to do the outcome of a show as written. He's like, listen, I'm not dropping the belt here. I'm not doing it in Montreal. It's not happening. And apparently, they reached an agreement where he would retain the title at Survivor Series, but he would drop the belt at some point before his departure. Vince McMahon, however, as the time drew near, did not want to take any chances. So he reneged on the deal. And accounts vary as to how much Shawn Michaels knew while it was going on. Depending on who you talk to, he either knew all about it or he didn't. But what happened is at one point in the matchup, Shawn Michaels puts Bret Hart in the sharpshooter. And, you know, I assume he was meant to hold it for a while, and then Bret Hart would probably get a rope break or whatever. Basically, he wouldn't tap, and the match would presumably keep going. Once the lock is in, however, Vince McMahon gets up from the commentator table, starts screaming at Earl Hebner, the referee, and whoever's working the bell to ring the bell. It immediately claimed that Bret Hart had tapped. And I feel like Shawn Michaels knew it was coming. If you ask me, did he know about it? I think he knew about it. Now, he's doing a good job of acting like he doesn't know about it, but all of a sudden, you have a very irate Canadian crowd who has suddenly just witnessed a very dubious end to a wrestling match. They get very angry, very angry. My understanding is Bret Hart actually punched a bunch of people in the backstage. I understand he punched Vince. I don't know if he also went after Patterson and Briscoe. If he went after Patterson, I know we wouldn't think anything of it. I think I am fighting the guy who made the peanut butter cups. I think I am amalgamating. So he had to drop. So he dropped the belt that a person he did not like, and then he never appeared on TV ever again. Or as part of that contract, and immediately fucked off to WCW. It obviously had the effect of lightening WWE's pocketbook because it meant that they didn't have to pay Bret Hart his salary anymore. And it was one of the early indicators of the creation of the villainous Mr. McMahon character. Now, the problem with this move is it also had other spiraling consequences. Several of the wrestlers threatened to go on strike. Mick Foley actually went on did a one-day strike. He didn't show up for the next taping, from what I understand. He did not fulfill his contractual obligation. Bret Hart, however, went back in and told everyone involved not to risk their careers for his sake. Because the problem is if they couldn't have faith in the outcome of a wrestling match because Vince was going to change it on the fly, they all suddenly felt very demoralized. They were pissed off. And Bret's like, don't do this for me. Don't do this for me. You're all independent contractors. Don't risk your careers pissing this man off over me. And I believe that's all that prevented like a full walkout of most of the top talent, or most of the talent. Because, yeah, it was an incredibly demoralizing event for the people on the roster. Because it's like, yeah, I mean, again, like I said, the story is the story. You go and execute the story. You can't just have him decide, hey, I'm going to fuck over my champion. Because, hey, if Vince is willing to fuck over the champion, what's the chance that anyone else has got? The old Vince McMahon kiss my ass club, as it were. And then it gets even dumb. And then there's other aspects that are dumb. So Bret Hart and British Bulldog immediately depart for WCW. Jim Neidhart, however, had a month left on his contract, from what I understand. So he still had to make TV appearances. And basically, for the last month, they made it a living hell. He was basically the butt of all of DX's jokes, and at the end of it, they basically spray paint WCW on him after he takes a kayfabe beating, and then he's basically run out of town on a rail. Owen Hart, however, was forced to remain. He could not get out of his contract. He tried to get out of his contract. He tried to cite a leg injury or some injury as an excuse to void his contract, but Vince refused to let Owen Hart go. So for the many of the reasons to which it's always and forever fuck Vince McMahon, for numerous reasons to count, that he forced Owen Hart to stay in the WWF after he rat-fucked his brother. Like, that's real bastard shit right there. Yes, I did see the video where Stone Cold stunner Trump at WrestleMania 23. And I didn't think it was possible for someone to sell a Stone Cold stunner worse than Vince McMahon. But holy fuck, Trump's not very good at it. I know, you're all shocked to hear that. Turns out Donald Trump can't sell a finisher to save his damn life. All right, that's it. Mr. Reese's Peanut Butter Cups guy, you gotta go. You gotta go. Time to go. What do you mean 2 counts? What is this bullshit? I need to be facing Roddy Piper for the heavyweight title. Yeah, sorry, Owen. You don't get to go to WCW. Instead, we're going to pair you up with the Nation of Domination. Now, I have previously made comments indicating that not only the fact that obviously the death of Owen Hart was a massively avoidable tragedy. I also went on record as saying that I didn't like that he died as the Blue Blazer. I am changing this opinion, not about the death part. The death part sucks, obviously. I am changing my opinion on whether or not I liked him being the Blue Blazer at the time to unsure. I'm not gonna lie, I was not aware of the fact that he's played the Blue Blazer before, and I need to do more research on that topic. So I am changing my opinion on that to questionable. So if anyone was using that information to form their opinion, know that that part of the opinion has been rescinded. It is Stevie Ray, the other half of Harlem Heat. Now that I mentioned the contract of Owen Hart, it did explain his punches looked a little bit more heavy when he was punching HBK and Triple H. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. God, the stage music is so good. This is the good shit. All right, this is going to be all submission. All submission. I mean, look, if this guy's got a finisher I can exploit, I'll use it. Look, again, I can't profess to know much of WCW wrestlers, but one of the things that always stood with me in the limited time I spent watching WCW in the 90s is that Harlem Heat always had the best theme song. This is undeniable and unquestionable. I will be taking no questions on the topic. Now, again, I'm guessing it's just you and then it's Roddy Piper, but I actually can't remember how many people we fought, so I guess I'm not 100% sure on that. And, of course, the theme song that was used for Harlem Heat was later repurposed to be Booker T's theme when he was doing his solo career in WWF. When did he go solo? I'm not sure. I don't recall Stevie Ray making the transition to the WWF, so that could be related. When WCW went down in flames, Vince McMahon purchased all the WCW assets for $3 million. He also agreed to take on 25 of WCW's wrestler contracts. The contracts were, I believe, a separate entity. The contracts, I think, technically belong to WCW's bookkeeping was weird, but basically the contracts of the talent and the ownership of the company was two different things, I think. Again, I could be wrong about this. We need to spend an entire night literally just reading the Wikipedia article for the Monday Night Wars. Like, an entire evening could be spent just on that topic and just discussing what was going on, what we thought of it at the time, and so forth. I don't know, maybe that'll be a Saturday night down the line. It could be. We'll see. Because, like, I'm more familiar with WWF's programming during that era, and I can tell you that certain parts of it, I can see why the company was struggling. Like, Bret Hart's character, I hate to say this, like, and again, I love Bret Hart. Best there is, best there was, best there ever will be. His character kind of had to go. Like, Bret Hart's character's in a very weird spot at the end of his stint with WWF because not just his character rejected where the direction the company was going. Like, Stone Cold Steve Austin was still basically playing as a heel, but he was coming across as a babyface. Audiences resonated with him, and it was because he was coming off as an anti-hero, which was, believe it or not, sort of a new concept for pro wrestling at the time. And Bret Hart's character rejected this notion of these kinds of characters. But it was also weird because it meant that he caught immeasurable amounts of heat when he wrestled in America. But anytime the promotion went up to Canada or Europe, we all loved the shit out of him because he was our guy. He was out there saying how much ass the Americans fans sucked. Hey, Gavin Newsom, did you just notice that I talked about someone I don't like or didn't like at the time eating ass instead of sucking dick? Again, suggesting that, again, now I'm not saying that every once in a while we as queer people might not use the pejorative go suck a dick, but we are somewhat uniquely qualified to be able to say that. Gavin Newsom, near as I could tell, is not. So stop doing that, Gavin Newsom. Stop suggesting that people you don't like are sucking dick. It's homophobic, and it's a very antiquated concept. Now, instead, accuse them of eating ass, because anyone can eat ass. Anyone can eat ass. It gets the point across, and it's not homophobic. Yeah, anti-heroes in general during the 90s were pretty new. Part of that dates back to what is it called? Whatever it was when Kevin Nash and Scott Hall left, when they broke character, they broke kayfabe. And, Vince McMahon got very upset. But then the internet was also rising and people were more aware of, like, back office politics of wrestling. Yeah, the Click. But, like, not just the Click, but, like, whatever it was, what the event was called. Like, the Schism. Like, it has a name. I don't know what it was. Yeah, or if it... Yeah, the New York City Curtain Call. Thank you, Flounder. Yeah, that's what it is. Where Triple H and HBK broke character to embrace Nash and Hall at the end of their matchup because they were all friends. And Vince couldn't punish HBK because he was the champion. So that meant Triple H got to eat all the shit instead. But it also acknowledged that internet fans were becoming more prevalent and more savvy to the inner workings of how pro wrestling worked. You eat shit for breakfast? Aw, jeez. I'm sorry, Shooter McGavin. I'm sorry. That is one of the best lines from Happy Gilmore. I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast. You eat pieces of shit for breakfast? No, Tofu, he did do that. He did do that. You have to understand, he was very pissed off, as any of us would be. He did do the old WCW, or however order that goes. He did do that, yes. Get out of here. Go snap into a Slim Jim there, buddy boy. You too. Get back in here, Bagwell. Come on. Come on. That's not a finisher. Yeah, whatever. Just put him in a goddamn sharpshooter and call it a night. We still got to win the world title, and we are not there yet. Yeah, suckered Vince right in the eye. I mean, oh no. How horrible that he did an act of violence. Oh no, I say, talking into electric stick, in which I'm technically not supposed to advocate for violence, technically. Oh no. Brett, you should totally not have hit Vince McMahon. Totally shouldn't have done that. Definitely shouldn't. What'd you do to your fingers? Shut up, you don't see anything. He definitely shouldn't have done that. Definitely not. Violence is always unacceptable. Anyway. Moving on. Look, I said non-controversial statements. I said violence is very not good. Also, isn't it remarkable how the state gets to inflict violence, but when the state commits violence, it's not called violence. It's just called enforcing the law, or cutting social programs, or harassing people, or taking away their civil rights. I mean, that's violence, but it doesn't get called that because, well, history is written by the victor, it seems. But yeah, that incident in which, you know, they broke character when Nash and Hall were on their way out was an early indicator that, like, some of the archetypes were going to start getting fucked with. And then there's other indications that, you know, Vince was becoming a little bit more meddling, and I think audiences were becoming increasingly aware that Vince McMahon wasn't just the guy sitting at ringside doing play call for the various fights, but that he actually owned the company. Like, I did not realize that. I did not realize that prior to the screw job that he owned the company. Also, I was 9 years old. Like, what do you mean he owns the company? What? Ooh, I got you for 3 minutes. Ooh, yeah. Snap him into a Slim Jim. It has been requested that I come up with some form of a Macho Man cosplay. I have some ideas, but nothing ready for prime time yet. Hey, straight by night. Mwah. Anyway. So yeah, like I said, Brett's character is in a very weird place. Now, towards the end of his tenure, I think they managed to turn down the heat on his anti-American thing a little. Like, I think he gave an interview where he's like, I'm not so much anti-American as just very, very pro-Canadian. So he was turning down the temperature a little bit, but like, he did what he had to do to ensure for him and his family. And Vince McMahon can eat shit. You were thinking I was going to say Vince had to do what he had to do. No. Regarding the terror group, Vince McMahon, you do not, under any circumstances, gotta hand it to him. Yeah, Linda McMahon, she's the secretary. She's the current Secretary of Education, which means she's another useless Trump stooge. Yeah, it makes sense we'd have a Macho Man outfit since there was a time he went by Macho King when he won King of the Ring. It's just the problem is it'd probably have to be an NWO Macho Man, because the problem is the bright, happy neon colors of the traditional Macho Man. I I don't really think they play with a chroma key setup. Like the bright yellows, the bright greens, you wouldn't be able to see them. So, oh, for goddamn ridiculous. The guy from Dead or Alive. What is the guy from Dead or Alive doing here? Oh my goodness! Go back to WWF, asshole! Invisible Pip stream would be kind of funny. I mean, it'd be funny for a couple of minutes, then be like, okay, Pip needs to come back. Like, I considered doing that Sting show completely silent the entire show. I was seriously considering it. And only speaking in very rare circumstances. I also know it's possible to go too far in service of the bit. I know it seems blasphemous, but it is sometimes possible to go too far in service of the bit. Perfect, you got them all set up for the sharpshooter. Snap him into a Slim Jim! Do it! Come on. Forget Savage, you want to see Sherry Martel, Pib? Hey, look, we'll see what we can do here. Look, I'll settle for tap into a single crab. Come on, do it! All right, he's gonna, all right, you want to tap to the sharpshooter? Fine, you can tap to the goddamn sharpshooter. Come on, sorry, Macho Madness, time to go down. I was gonna say flip him over, but he fell down.
I just thought I'd love to hear that sound.
All of you relax. This is a matter of inconvenient timing, that's all. Police action was inevitable.
David G. and Raiders, hello, welcome on in. Welcome on in. I am Queen Pib, Patricia, Inga, Bogart. She wants to call me Trish. Queen of the retro. Queen of the ways that he old. Get time on this channel. This fat lip, fat hip, fat boobied, and fat booty channel. As of course, and as always, well ways to welcome on in. We're in the trailing end of our show here, but we're trying to see if we can win the World Heavyweight title. We're playing as Bret Hart. Tap! Come on, I'm trying to snap Randy Savage into a Slim Jim over here. Hey, the O-Axis will come on in. You love the fit? Good. I love it, too. Come on. The world title's on Rowdy Roddy Piper right now, and I want it. He's out of here. You want a sensational Sherry outfit. I look. Oh. So basically what I'm hearing is you want me to let the Bensonhurst out. Okay, but like asking me to show up as sensational Sherry is just asking me to show up like a regular schmuck. I'm not saying I won't do it. I'm gonna show up dressed as sensational Sherry and go, Pib, aren't you supposed to be wearing a costume? By God, it's time for the World Heavyweight Championship here on WCW against the legend, Rowdy Roddy Piper, the Maniac. If there is a weird Rollins attire, I'm not too well versed in all of Seth Rollins' attire, so I couldn't possibly tell you. But yes, we have been on a mid to late 90s of pro wrestling video game kick as of late. We were checking out WCW NWO Revenge. And when we pick up the show again on Wednesday night, we will be transitioning over to WWF WrestleMania 2000, which will probably get at least 2 time slots. Only because I think I'm going to need 2 time slots to cover the Creative Wrestler mode, some of the campaign mode, and also checking out Virtual Pro Wrestling 2, which is based on a lot of the same guts as WrestleMania 2000. And spoiler alert, Vader is in that game too. And he's even got the mask. Like, he's not big Van Vader. Like, yeah, Vader was in the first game we played, but he's in the second one, and he's dressed properly. So whoever owned this cartridge before I got it put the world title on Roddy Piper. And that's not a decision I disagree with. It's a crying shame he never got to hold the world title. And I could see why someone would see fit to correct that historical inadequacy. Unfortunately, I'm a Bret Hart fan. He's the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. He never injured another wrestler through his own actions. He only ever missed 1 show due to weather, and he only ever refused to do 1 match, which was the screw job. Truly one of the greats. Because it's not just, can you be an entertaining wrestler? Can you do your moves effectively? It's also, can you protect the person you're working with? Can you prevent them from suffering grievous injury, Goldberg? Can you prevent them from having their head banging off the floor outside the ring, Goldberg? Can you kick them safely in the head, Goldberg? I don't know why I keep mentioning his name. Don't know why I keep doing that. Big mystery. Sorry, Roddy Piper. I gotta do this. You're a legend. And I understand you hold the belt, but look, the booking says you're losing this fight. We salute you and we will always love you. Here is your winner and new WCW World Heavyweight Champion, Bret Hitman Hart. The best there was, and the best there ever will be.
What did we just see? What did we just see?
You're surprised the music sounds so good on the N64. Yeah, I know, it's amazing that they somehow managed to license Bret Hart's theme song from the WWF. I don't know how they managed to pull that off. Yes, can you have a match without any concussions involved? Goldberg. Bill Goldberg. Now, here's your bonus for sticking around the show this long. I should have done this a lot earlier. This is me being a bad broadcaster, and I apologize. This is something I ought to have done in the second or third hour, but it slipped my mind. But frankly, it's because it's not a very it's an okay feature at best. Just figured I'd ogle Bret holding the title for a little while longer here. The game, again, this is your feature. This is your bonus feature for sticking it out. The game does have a rudimentary character editor. It does not have a character creator. That would start becoming a fixture in the next game, WWF WrestleMania 2000, which again we will be starting on Wednesday night. There is the costume change option. And what you can do is if you don't like someone's duds, or you would prefer they have someone else's duds, like for instance, maybe you don't like that NWO Wolfpack Sting is the default outfit for him. So what you could do is you could come over here and, well, you could change the red color to white. And then maybe you change his mask to the white version. And suddenly he's proper Sting instead of NWO Wolfpack Sting. It also means you should probably go over to proper Sting and change him to NWO Wolfpack Sting, or else you're just going to have proper Sting and proper Sting. So you could do incidental things like that. Maybe you think Hollywood Hogan would look better if he somehow looked like a bigger moron than he already is. So maybe you want to change his outfit to... I'm just thinking out loud here. That guy. And you just go, what if he just looked like he just walked out of a gay bar in Fort Lauderdale. You could do that. And if you're ever worried that you were going to like permanently screw something up, you can hit the default button. It'll automatically return whichever one you're looking at to that. But again, maybe I just want to look like a Fort Lauderdale gay. Maybe that's all I want. And like I said, you have some, and it's limited. Again, it hinges on body type. Like not all body types can access all outfits. Like Lodi here is very much doing like the cruiserweight shit, so they have a limited number of assets that they can access. Like here's Eddie Guerrero's, for instance. That was the other guy. I don't know if that's La Parka or La Parka adjacent. That's the guy's shorts that he was originally wearing. Couple of token NWO things, probably for like 6 or something if he was in this. Because at this point, he's already gone back to WWF. Chavo Guerrero. You get the idea. And then, for instance, if I were to pull out Jim Neidhart, for instance, because he was always a bigger guy, built like a linebacker or something, he only has access to a slight group of outfits that are similar to his body type. I want to say this is one of the Steiners, I think. That's the other one. So you can't dress him up in Bret Hart's garb, but and as such, you also cannot dress Bret Hart up in Neidhart's garb. You can, however, change the coloring on it if you want. So you could black it out, I guess, if you really wanted to do that. You got that as an option. So, again, it's not a character creator, it's just a character customizer. Like, you have no access to the moveset, but I could change his name. Like, for instance, also, I could go over there to Hollywood Hogan, and maybe I think he should be called, let's say, maybe I think he should be called Assface Hogan. And as such, it would stand to reason that his shorter name should be changed to Assface, for instance. You could do that. There you go. Now he's Assface Hogan. Nah, the other names can be whatever they are already. But there you go. Assface Hogan, direct from the gayest gay bar in Fort Lauderdale. Love that for him. Maybe we just irrevocably changed history. Maybe making Hulk Hogan gay will change things for the better. Nah, he'd still be just as racist. This would change nothing. This would fundamentally change nothing. Like, I could change Giant to being called the Big Show. I could call Brian Adams Crash. I could change Scott Hall to be Razor Ramon. I could change Eric Bischoff to, what's that other name for him?
Eric Bischoff is a no good, lousy son of a bitch.
Hey!
How many spots is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, so there's 24 spots. Oh, so you could give him that name. I'm not going to, but you know what? That's just your name now, bud. And then your short name is actually your short name. You know what? We'll do it with Roman numerals. You know, brevity being the soul of wit and all. Okay, so you're limited to 10 characters in that context. There you go. That's your name now. And also, Eddie Guerrero was your favorite wrestler. Deal with it. There, Eddie Guerrero is now his favorite wrestler. As it well should be. So you get the idea. All right, folks. We have been live for almost 5 hours, actually. You have been beautiful. You have been marvelous, but it's getting late. And like many of you, I have to participate in capitalism tomorrow. I don't know if I'm driving anywhere, though. I'll have to see what the world looks like when I get up in the morning. I am, however, going to quit out of the old cartridge on over here, reach on over and power off the old analog 3D, and we are going to start to wind down for the evening. So there you have it. Like I said, we've been having a lot of fun doing the wrestling meta, and hey, listen, any excuse that I can be the excellence of execution, I'm gonna take it. And gosh, I will always be a mark for a wrestling game where I can play as Bret Hart. This is verboten. And as much as I would love to continue to hang out with the official best there is, best there was, best there ever will be, he regrettably is not officially in the next game, WrestleMania 2000, but that's okay. He's still there in an unofficial sense. So he'll still be with us in spirit. As we'll move on to the next Aki Corp wrestling game where things get even bigger and even fancier. All right. Before we figure out where we're going, let's read off the list of gravitas. Your biddies, rates, subs, and tippies to this channel. While never required, always appreciated. I love to shout at the end of the show. What kind of action did we have here? We had Squid Punk got us running off fast with a raid. Thank you. Crispy Oru, thank you very much for the sub earlier. Thank you as well. Chicken Tinga, thank you for the resub. And David G, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Sub to the channel, grab the first one. You ain't sub to the channel, grab the second one. We love to spread love around, not always at the same place in the face, but at the end of the day, drop you off somewhere where we think you're gonna have a good time. Let's see who's up to what with who's on this wide, wonderful world we happen to call it Twitch here. Let's see. You know what? I know where I'm gonna drop you. I'm gonna drop you off with a pro wrestling fan. Big pro wrestling fan. Let's see here. That's where I'm gonna drop you off. All right, so friend of the channel, Pope Corky the 9th. He's a big wrestling fan. Always wears one of them luchador masks or lucha libre masks on when they do the damn thing. Loves Sting, loves them very much. Playing the Resident Evil 4 remake. Tell you what, gonna drop you off over there. That is what we are going to do. We will be live next Wednesday night. What night is that?
It's Wednesday night, and you know what that means. It's Wednesday night.
Well, thank you for that. We'll be live next Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. We're going to move on to WrestleMania 2000, a game that, for me personally, kind of encompasses, to me, the apex of the Attitude Era roster. And I am looking forward to showing that game to you and all the people in it on Wednesday. Fortunately, it's not as bad as the actual WrestleMania 2000 pay-per-view was, so at least we've got that. All right, then. Thank you very much to everyone who followed, biddied, rated, subbed, lurked, for put up with my bullshit here the entire time. You all continue to contribute to the ongoing success of this shit show we call the Pib Show. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we'll see you next time. Good night, everyone. I know there was this one time in WCW where Bill Goldberg just ate a baby eagle. See you later, folks. Mwah.
Wow.